There we go. Okay. I am ready. Congratulations, Donut, on the first. What's up? Hail, how's it going, Galaxy? How's it going, Cantaroon? Hello, 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 hello. Dang it all. Well, that's so unfortunate. Congratulations, though. Donut Donut W indeed. 13th time. Let's go. Congratulations on your Uno type power. Yo, thank you so much, Clara, for the sub. It still didn't work. Son of a hell. Son of a heck, dude. Son of a bitch. Thank you so much, Claire, for the sub. I really appreciate you. I'm gonna have to go into my notes and write down another one. Son of a poopy. Huh. Okay, here we go. Thank you so much, Clara. I appreciate it. Oh my goodness. How's it going, Clara? Chat, I believe that's a founder. I believe that's a founder in chat right now. Isn't that crazy? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I normally have a sticker. I would normally print out a sticker right now. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my god. Oh. Goodness me. Normally I'd have a sticker and it would go on the little board right here, which is gonna run out of space very quickly, I presume. But you did not hear that? What? Did you guys not hear that? It played on my PC. Can you guys hear the music? If you guys can hear the music, you should be able to hear that. Here, let me do this. No mute. What? It's what? It's playing on. It says you can hear my desktop audio. What? It doesn't even show on anything for me. Can you guys hear that? We're off to a wonderful start, chat. We're off to an absolutely gorgeous start. What? I literally have the audio, like, hold on, chat, this is going to be very boggling, but... Look, it says right here that you can see it. Why? Why did it not do? I'm so confused, chat. I did try muting and unmuting. Gosh dang it, it broke my layout again. Let me try changing the speakers. Yo, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it.
Traded with 16 viewers.
What's up? How's it going? Thank you so much for the raid, Rain. How's it going? Everything is broken right now. You did sticker me. You did in fact sticker me. I saw that. I'm trying to get my PC audio to work. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for the raid. Tell me about stream. Tell me all about it. Tell me your favorite part. I actually have a funny story from Rain's stream, which I was laughing so hard at, honestly. I thought it was absolutely hilarious. But I was in Rain's stream, and a funny thing happened, and I have story time about it, but I would really like to fix my PC audio first. My sticker machine isn't working, and also, oh, the music's back? Okay, well, fucking kill me, I guess. Here, this is for Crow.
Ever been at one of those parties?
What? That's not at all what I was hoping for. No, stop. No, I don't want the. No, I just want the. I just want the meme. I just want the meme. Just give me the meme.
FBI, open up! FBI, open up!
Okay. Hi, Dino. Hi, I was getting stickered. Hi, how are you? I was absolutely amazing. I love getting stickered. I'll do an IRL stream getting stickered. Thank you so much for the spray. I just took a shower, chat, so my hair is soggy. My hair is wet. Have you dusted your PC recently? Not recently, but it seems okay. It seems mediocre at best, but it's definitely been worse than this. Thank you so much, Rain. How was stream? How was stream? Well, so am I, Lamau. You bird? Oh, you bird. What are you drinking, sir? This is a full throttle. I love full throttle so much. Every 3 months max. So it's been less than 3 months since I've dusted it. But I need to break it open again. I definitely do need to break it open and have a conversation with it. Oh my god, there's actually a sticker on me. Rain just showed me his monitor. I have an actual sticker on me. That's absolutely hilarious. Hello on YouTube. How's it going? Hi, Wild Get Stickered. Hi, Frost. How's it going? So, chat, I don't know how many of you know this. I know people coming from Rain stream. I mean, a lot of you were probably there when it happened because it happened like 10 minutes ago. But on Rain stream, he has an alchemy setup where he can basically, what's it called? Where you can brew potions, right? You have an in-chat inventory full of potion ingredients, and you can use those potion ingredients to make different types of potions. And when you brew a potion, it has some kind of effect, like putting chat into slow mode, or timing somebody out for a period of time. That one's called localized explosive. That's one of my personal favorites. And basically, the way that you get the currency required to be able to find these ingredients is by completing personal tasks, right? Since Rain does co-working streams, the goal is to do things alongside him and, you know, work on your own personal projects and facilitate your own goals. And whenever you succeed in doing that thing, up to once every 2 hours, you can get 5 tokens by completing a task that was important to you in some way. This is like, mostly just like, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you, Claire. Oh shit, Volt, that's crazy. Generally this is mostly just kind of on like a loyalty system, but you can get moderated, not moderated, but you can get backed if the goal is not like in line, I guess. If it's like an unreasonable one, like if your goal was to breathe, you know what I mean? But anyways, I come into stream, and every single stream, I always complete at least 1 task. I try to fit 2 if I get in early enough, because you can only do it once every 2 hours. I also use the scavenge redeem on Rain stream, which is 1,000 channel points, and you get a random component, right? And there's like, I want to say like a dozen different components. Well, I've been spending a lot of time during this, and since the most recent wipe, which was a thing that happened, I managed to get 2 of every item, plus a handful of additionals, usually from scavenging, but I had a little bit of money left over, and I managed to get 2 of everything. There's 10, okay. There's 10. And at one point, Galaxy came up to me and was like, I'll trade you 2 Phoenix Feathers, which is the most expensive item for 1 helm nut. And I'm like, Galaxy, I can't give you 2 Phoenix Feathers for a helm nut. That's not worth it at all. And they were like, well, we're trying to figure out what the Lore Keeper's Brew does. And I was like, okay. And at this point, I hadn't had 2 of everything. So I looked at it, and I'm like, I have a pretty meaty cash stack on Rain stream. So I was like, okay, no, I'll just finish off my 2 of everything. And since I have 2 everything, I was like, hey, already probably guarantee any potion with 2. Try Lore Keeper. I'm like, yeah. So as long as I have 2 of everything, I can basically just figure out what it is, right? Like especially with having 2 of everything, I can see exactly what got lost from my inventory, and we'll know exactly what it costed. It's perfect. And we knew it costed like 2 mesa sand and like 2 quartz shards or something like that. So I was like, okay, no, this is perfect. Yeah. So I go to brew it, and it said, good job. And I said I had unlocked some stuff, and then I opened my inventory, and my inventory is empty. And I'm like, oh, 2 sand and 2 moss at least, that's what it was. And I'm like, oh, it costed 2 of everything. It costed actually 2 of everything. And I thought it was so funny, dude. It was just like, it was so fucking funny, dude. So everyone was like, because like everyone was like following along and watching. It's a big potion. No, it was worth it. I still would have done it if I knew that. It was just so funny. It was really funny how it happened, because I would have done it. I would have done it anyways. I just didn't know. So Everyone was following along. I was like, I said that I had 2 of everything, and everyone's just like, oh, okay, cool. And I opened my inventory in front of everybody, and everybody's like, The crab pushes flag and trying to eat before that keeps happening. Oh, that's... Oh, I understand what that means. Okay, I get you. Go eat. It's called the Lore Keeper's Brew. It's essentially a prestige potion, which is super worth it. I still would have done it if I had known. And I also knew that something like that was going to happen. I just didn't know that that was it.
Make and then run a dungeon using Volt's tool. It's super cool.
I do like Volt's tool. I could see it. I think we played a lot of Utopia. We played Utopia 3 days in a row now. But I will do whatever wins. So if we end up doing Utopia 4th day, I will do it. I can also do it during yapping though. If you guys want to do something else, if you guys wanted to change your pace, we can yap, and I can check it out during yapping. I would be happy with that as well. Continues the Utopia week. Oh my goodness. We're like, what if Blood on the Clock Tower in Utopia? I demand yapping respectfully. Chat, what are all the votes at? So for anyone who doesn't remember, we agreed that the way that we were going to utilize the big, huge, massive swingy votes. I have not seen Blue's vote. The way that we were going to... You've been working over the week? Oh my goodness. You have a Utopia script, Ori? What do you mean by Utopia script? What? For the people who do not remember, there's usually been 1 or 2 people who have XP or who manage to get XP in kind of like an alternative method that is specific to them. An example of this used to be with the Ty command, where an extra amount of XP would go to Ty's account regardless of where Ty was. I am an example. My account gets a lot of XP simply from just always being considered lurking, and also I get XP from every single command that has an automated response. Because you get 1 XP from chatting, whenever you say something or whenever you give a command, my account is the one that responds with the message, so I get 1 XP for that. So I usually have Ty actually has more XP than me, but Ty and I have the most XP, and when they vote, it was kind of controversial whether or not like that would be allowed, right? Because they vote, they get huge amount of votes. Both of these accounts, mine and Ty's. So we're trying to figure out what the best way to do that was. And oh my dear God. Yes, Galaxy is showcasing it right now. So the rule that we came up with was that outside of stream, or after the voting period, so like not when we're actually voting, but afterwards, you can rack up votes to not the final poll, right? Like you can just build it up as much as you can every day for as long as you want. You can vote up to every 5 minutes and add your XP to the pot, and whichever one is winning when the poll starts. So not for the actual voting, but just like what you guys have done in between streams and like during other streams when you guys just use the vote command, because people are doing that anyways. So whatever's winning by the end of it will get that 1 giant swing vote. Blue is at 70 million votes. Okay. When we eat crayons out of stream, yes, that's fucking crazy, dude. 70 million votes on Blue. So, if that's the case, assuming that is the winner, and by God, I would be very terrified if 70 million votes was not the winner. If that's the case, then when we start the actual poll for what we're going to do today, I will vote on Blue, assumingly, if that's the one that's winning. Again, I would be excessively surprised if that one was not the one that was winning. That's wild, dude. How the hell? How the actual McButt? Oh goodness, please don't bot in Twitch. I just launched to 25 mil once purely within stream. Within stream only? How? That's fucking crazy. Got CQ man, I got yelled at 20 mil by myself. They just up and killed it all. That's crazy, dude. Red is in 2nd place? How? What? Oh my goodness, has someone been vetoing yellow? Is that what happened? Oh, no way. Celebration week with no chat chooses. I understand. I got you. Oh, you did a bit of voting for red? I understand, Trank. Oh, you have been vetoing everything. Everything was negative. Oh, wow. Okay, Galaxy, you were serious. You were serious about really putting the work in. I understand. Okay, chat. So you have a vote command that adds your XP in votes. There's also a veto command with, instead of a 5-minute cooldown, it has a 10-minute cooldown. And that removes, I think it's 60,000 votes from whatever color you don't want, regardless of your XP, which is usually, you'd have to veto usually like 5 times in order to remove the amount of XP that one really heavy hitting chat member would add. That's insane, Galaxy. That's insane. I'm not promising that I'm going to play with the chatter. We'll see. We'll have to see what goes on. I'm not 100% sure. I was not expecting Utopia to win today, and I don't have prep right now. But I will figure something out, chat. I will absolutely figure something out. Including but not limited to the dungeon generation tool. Especially, I am actually really excited for that. So if Volt has the dungeon generation tool, we can absolutely test that out if Utopia wins. Chat, it's gonna be a battleground off stream. I've seen a lot of it. I've seen a lot of it for sure. You can run a Utopia session, Rakes. Oh, is somebody other than me going to GM? Is that
Not
the answer?
having prep is literally the perfect time for the dungeon generator tool.
No, I agree with that. I do agree with that personally. Has Torian Eco talked yet? Not outside of what you guys have seen. Probably. I only have a 4-hour long ERP plan, but you know, Lamau, but tool's the right word. Oh, interesting. What is the methodology of this? Like, even if it's purely just in prototype phase, like you could tell me that I have to do this on pen and paper and I'd still be excited. Well, the starting level be? I have no idea. I need to see what this tool is before I know. I have not witnessed this tool at all onto myself, chat, so I have no goddamn idea yet. You choose to not participate anymore? What? What do you mean? Oh, you mean in the battlegrounds that is chat between streams? Give us a level and I will have a character done within 30 minutes. Yeah, pen and paper or other dungeon drawing tool and a full set of RPG dice. Makes sense. Makes sense. I'll probably be doing that all digitally so that you guys can see. Maybe one day, chat, I can have a top-down camera that's like a desk, like a tabletop that you guys can see. So like if I ever need to do something physically, I can actually go write it out and you guys can see the top down of my hands and stuff. That would be neat. Unfortunately, I don't have that. Thought vote in blue would make it. Just want to vote blue. Now there's still a possibility. Let me say chat. Just because blue has all of those votes does not mean it's going to win. It means it gets 1 vote from me. So it is possible. It is possible for it to still lose, just depending on what people want. It's just going to get a kickstart, essentially.
Yeah.
Too harf. I'll have a full character sheet
I'm
done.
gonna vote either red or yellow.
Interesting. Tool isn't Utopia specific, gives you the dungeon bones, so you can work with whatever tool you want, balance monsters around.
Adamant Senator 4, you can do whatever you want, LMAO. I'm not even voting for Utopia in the actual vote.
Galaxy, that's
I
actually
will
really
not
funny.
be going to Utopia personally.
Ooh, Chatbot's talkative. I actually remember to turn Chatbot back on. Chatbot woke up. And Chatbot is talkative today. Chat, I've been working on funny stat blocks, and I have one funny stat block that I cannot show. It'll probably be a Patreon thing, but it's absolutely just a silly goofy. But it is really funny, and I like it a lot. Rain, this is getting posted on Patreon, right? This is getting posted on Patreon? Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, funny stat block. What level? I will tell you. Okay. If it is getting posted on Patreon, I'll show you guys a sneak peek to figure out what it is.
Raini's fouling tanks. So canonically my character is in the 175 to 200 YRS old. Don't ask how.
Chat, here's your hint on what the stat block is. It's so useless, and it is now in my compendium.
Wow.
I now have a
Red Pond?
I now have a compendium with this stat block in it, and
I can join with Valeria if you need Utopia player today.
and it is very exciting. Pond eyes, yeah. Yeah, there's gonna be a stat block with that. There's gonna be a stat block with that. It's just gonna be really funny. It's a funny, silly, goofy. We're gonna see, Volt. We're gonna see what happens. Again, if it's development, if it's Utopia, or if it's yapping, I guess technically chaos is possible. We could still check out the tool, or whatever you would like to call it, the dungeon generator. I would be happy with any of those. In fact, having sustenance
In
for
addition
yap
to a
is
monster
good.
compendium, you should make a DMG type thing sometime.
DMG? What is DMG? Dungeon Master. Oh, Dungeon Master's Guide. I understand. That one's kind of a little bit tough. There was a big conversation to be had about the Dungeon Master's Guide and what that means and everything like that. But there's kind of a thing about that. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've had this conversation, and I have to like extract it back from my brain again. Pond was always red, yes. But I feel like the core guide, I don't know. I feel like there's not enough content in my mind for a Dungeon Master's Compendium
I don't know
or a
if
Dungeon Master's
Utopia
Guide without.
needs a DMG.
That's kind of what I was thinking. I don't know if there's enough content that's specific to
At
the
Ray Nice
DM
Valingo,
that's required for that.
I thought
like,
Pond was blue.
like the experience of the GM is
At
very
Archwizard,
similar.
where may I find this?
In Utopia, the GM experience to me is very similar to the player experience when it comes to the content you have access to. There's not a lot that the GM does have that players don't. The difference is just how the GM is meant to facilitate that, right? The GM has to keep track of a lot more. The GM has to know a lot more, but even like down to like creature generation, which in most other systems would be heavily a purely GM capability, you know, something that only the GM would do. In Utopia, players can do it too. So there's anything that a player can use, a GM can use, and most things that a GM can use, a player could use in one way or another. So most of the GM stuff, I would say, like a lot of it's just down to like advice, which is completely subjective, and just like tools to keep track of things. But to me, that would be a toolkit less than it would be a guide, if that makes sense. And I mean, free to disagree. Obviously, if you guys disagree with that opinion, then absolutely go for it. But to me personally, Utopia doesn't have a lot of content that is very specific to the GM other than just explaining what it does. That's my opinion about the Dungeon Master's Guide. I don't think that Utopia requires one as much. I could see use for it, but I would like to be somewhat careful with producing just a ton of different pieces of content. There's content that's free for Utopia, and I'm okay with that, but that content does cost a lot of money and a lot of time to generate, so it's not always super easy to make content free. There's content that's paid, and sometimes there's like mini content, you know what I mean, that's never going to get physically published. We'll call that soft content. So soft content is published, and maybe it's paid, but it's never going to be printed, because printing and manufacturing is probably the most strenuous medium that we could make a piece of content for, you know what I mean? Not to say that it's a bad thing. Obviously, Utopia itself is hard launched, so it has physical copies that you can purchase. But a soft launch, you could have something that's just meant to be digital because it's smaller. There's actually not anything soft launch for Utopia right now. And then a hard launch would be a physical thing. The more stuff there is in Utopia, the more it costs to get the full package, right? And I do think that there can be a little bit of like scrutiny and tension when it comes to just making a shit ton of different volumes of things, right? If there's 26 different guides, you know, if there's like a Dungeon Master's Guide, but there's also a player's guide, and then there's a core guide and 2 compendiums and the adventurer's guide, and then the 3 modules that came with that, you know what I mean? It can, at least to me, it can feel like it's saturated with a lot of content that makes it feel harder to introduce somebody into Utopia, or it can feel, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy about that. Maybe I'm crazy. But I feel like it can definitely feel like it's really, really expensive to get into Utopia suddenly. Which is why, as well, the digital version for everything will be available. You surpassed Kofi. Let's go. Maybe I'm crazy though. Maybe I'm crazy. Chat, disagree with me. Where do I find this creature generator? What do you mean by that? It depends which creature generator you mean. One of them was not made by me. The creature generator that I use, is a generation sheet, which I do on pen and paper. And this is a tool to assist in making creatures. It doesn't help generate the creatures. There's a creature generator as in the canon system that's in the back of Utopia. That's available in Utopia. It's expanded upon in the AG if you have access to it through tier 3 Patreon. Or there is a Excel sheet that I did not make. And I don't know where it's at right now, which is one of the reasons I say I implore people to upload onto the Utopia Workshop. Please upload your stuff to the Utopia Workshop. It's very, very helpful. And it puts everything in one place.
Dungeon generator Ori.
Available digitally free. I don't see that as an issue. Some stuff is available digitally for free. Some stuff is. I mean, for instance, the core guide isn't for free. I mean, the beginner level stuff is for free, and that's on purpose. And there is content in the future that is intended to be for free as well. But not all content digitally can be made for free, because it still costs editorial, it costs art assets, it costs a lot of time to generate all of that, and it can be pretty expensive to build those. But I'm okay with free stuff going out to the community. Ooh, you know. All right, chat. With that in mind, I'm gonna reset this poll. And I'm gonna start the next one. What are we at right now? Blue has won with 70.1 million votes. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. The poll is starting, chat. The poll is starting, and I will very, very briefly explain what it is, because I'm pretty sure that a lot of people know. But let's see what happens. So chat, this is the chat chooses poll right here. It is, you get a number of votes based on what your XP level is. You can do exclamation point red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, or 1 through 6, or any of the words that are listed on screen right now. Chaos, development, yapping, multiplayer, Utopia, solo. Whichever one wins at the end of 10 minutes, we'll be doing for the rest of today. You have 2 votes. You can do exclamation point vote, followed by one of these guys. So vote space color, or vote space number, so on and so on, to put your XP in one of these votes. That is a 5-minute cooldown, so you can do that twice during the voting period. You also have exclamation point veto, followed by a color or a number, what have you, to remove 60,000 votes or 60,000 XP worth of votes from one of these colors. And yes, they can go negative. With that in mind, whichever one wins at the end of this is going to be the thing that we do today. You can vote twice, you can veto once, and if you're on YouTube, you do have a separate amount of XP on YouTube in comparison to Twitch, so you can vote twice on YouTube, and then vote twice on Twitch, and then veto once on YouTube, and then veto once on Twitch. One of the things I say, lurk on YouTube, you get double XP over there. YouTube is a double XP platform, so take that as you will. With that, it is my duty to vote for blue as promised, per Galaxy putting in some serious fucking elbow grease into that one. This is a wild sight to see. I don't remember the last time I've ever seen multiplayer losing this hard. Multiplayer never loses this hard. That's crazy. Chat, what the hell? Excuse me? For anyone who doesn't know, multiplayer is normally the one that absolutely raffle stomps every week. Like, it is normally, like, if you want something to win, it's usually just a fight against multiplayer. That's usually how the voting goes. That is very often how the voting goes, is that multiplayer has like 300,000 votes and you just have to beat that. That's wild, dude. That's absolutely crazy. Did I just see... Oh, never mind. Okay. I thought that said veto. Whack. I'm very surprised, chat. I have no idea what the votes are at right now, but I do see them climbing. It does look like I do see blue taking quite a lead right now. Ooh, okay, interesting. There is still a second round of voting, and I will not be voting for the second round. Like I said, I give one vote to the one that won over in between sessions, so we're gonna see how that goes. Chat, we did. Oh, no. Hale, your XP is not fixed. Okay, hold on. Hale, we're gonna need to do this right now. We're gonna need to do this quickly. How much XP did your other name have? Can you do leaderboard and show me? Where's the thingy? Let's see here.
It's not detecting me.
And this is, yeah. I need the exact name. Where is it? And it's not gonna autofill like normal ones are, so I'm gonna need it quite exactly. Is it not on there? It's being my actual name now, which is why I thought it was fixed. Interesting. What's your XP right now, Hale? Oh, is that correct? That is the correct amount, isn't it? Because you did there's no way you got 200. Oh wow, did it auto correct itself? Okay, cool. I totally thought that, like, I was kind of thinking / hoping that it was going to fix itself, but it took so long to do so. But I guess it just takes that long. That's actually kind of crazy. Well, cool. I'm glad that it managed to do that. Hi, Silas. How's it going? Interesting. Chat, if I'm gonna be very surprised if Utopia wins. If you guys actually have a 4th day of Utopia after 3 back-to-back, it'll be so crazy. Vote's not voting. Chat, so Mix It Up does have to sorry, I'm reading chat, it's funny. If the vote command doesn't work, you might just have to try it again. When a lot of people are using the vote command at once, it can only handle so many responses, and it does take a bit of time for it to process it. Sometimes it's just not going to recognize the command. You have all of 5 minutes to keep trying until it gives you a response. However, I do have an idea. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make one little modification to the voting command, not to change anything numbers wise on what it does, but just to respond to what you say. It's gonna respond with your name, so you know when you successfully actually got the vote through. It tells you who voted and what vote it's recognizing. Hopefully that'll help a little bit in telling people when their specific message works. Because right now, if you were to say vote purple, it'll just say purple's now at blank. You know what I mean? Hopefully this way, when it actually spits out your name, it'll tell you, what's up, Snacks? How's it going? Welcome in. Thank you so much. There we go. Okay, so now it actually says the name, which is perfect. That way you can know that it was your version of the command that actually went through, and there's a lot less confusion, hopefully. I'm going to do the same thing with Veto real quick. Hopefully that's a welcome change. It was absolutely amazing, Snacks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Welcome to Chat Chooses, by the way. If you would like to, you can vote on what you would like to happen today, what we're going to be doing today. Every Tuesday is a Chat Chooses, so you can vote on something. There's kind of a war breaking out in chat right now, which is normal for Chat Chooses. Okay, Veto has now been given the same capability, so it will now say your name whenever you use it. Hopefully that's a welcome change. Yeah, no, Mix It Up is extremely limited. So these bars right here are all like manually pixel coded to the screen, and the only reason I use Mix It Up is because Mix It Up is genuinely very, very powerful. However, it's also an omni tool, and it's designed for user experience, so it's kind of a bit more limited than something that like Volt can make, you know what I mean? But Mix It Up is also something that I constantly have access to, and I can edit and fix on the fly. You know what I mean? I can change everything about it. It's kind of annoying because I actually built this before this chat layout came out, so now it covers up chatbot and everything like that, which is unfortunate, but it's kind of necessary that it's on the very, very front so that people can see what the votes are at. Unfortunate. There's not a lot of places on screen where this could go,
Yeah.
in my opinion. Wait, really?
Battle Crow
Dear God.
520 played Discord joining sound for 50 bits.
Son of a bitch. I love that chatbot picked that up. I love that chatbot said that. That was crazy. It's gonna make me think that stream remote. Wait, do I have stream remote on? I'm pretty sure I have stream remote on. I hope so. Crow, you can't do this to me. I still need to figure out how to use Mix It Up for things other than just dailies. I love Mix It Up. Dude, the Discord sound gets me so hard. This is actually really close. Yeah, no, this is chat chooses has been getting a lot more divisive recently, which I'm in love with, honestly. I love it when it does that. So I'm very happy about this. I like to see like a little bit more like I like to see that it's not gonna I like to see that it's not just gonna be like an absolute slaughter. Thank you, Hale.
People have already used both votes. Yellow wins.
Evening, Rory. I hope you're doing all right. Currently trying very hard not to yap about the creature. You know the one. Oh, I know the one. I know the creature. The book is still voting blue. I have no idea. Yeah. Good girl. Hi, Piper.
No, please vote blue.
You got pulled out of the mystery box, Piper. Now you're here. What's your thoughts on that? Oh,
At
gotta reset the
Natsuno
poll.
115 WHYY.
What one? Yellow! Congratulations, Yellow! Oh my goodness. Wait, would that have tipped it? Would that have tipped it? No way. No, you would have needed like 600,000. I don't think anybody has 600,000. It would have been close. Oh my dear God. The fur walk didn't happen? Hold on a second.
Bro, it was by like 600k XP. Yap yap.
There we
D.
go. Blame Ash for my votes. Ty could have tipped it. Ty absolutely could have tipped it. Ty can probably tip most tiebreakers. Funny enough, Ty is one of the greater tiebreakers. Congratulations on yapping winning, chat. Holy hell. I'm very excited for this, chat. And if you guys want to, if you guys are interested in it, I do think that we can talk about what kind of topics we want to chat about. I do think that having a little bit of sustenance about what we're going to talk about is going to be very important when it comes to a yapping stream. But if you guys want to talk about Utopia, we can without actively producing a Utopia game, if that makes sense. And like I said, I do want to talk about Volts Generator as well. So that will at least be a part of the conversation. And we could also just build a dungeon. Even if we don't necessarily play in it, we could have a dungeon built. No tie make me sad. True. Greater tie is incongruent. They're already the greatest. Real. So, Trank, how do you feel about Botsy and Utopia? This is a joke, please. I'm not ready. Okay, no, okay, hold on. No, wait, no, now... Now the idea's in my head. Would it be possible to make like characters in Utopia based on the character roles in Botsy and give them actual abilities? And then just have like a GM fiat mechanic for like executions and stuff like that? I don't know. I think it would be like borderline useless. Like I feel like there would almost not be a point to it, but I feel like it would be very funny.
I am contemplating yapping about the heathen I made for yesterday's arena entry, but like, what if it would be cooler to just shut up till they actually get to show their face?
I think it's pretty funny. I think it's pretty funny, honestly. Oriverse script? Oh, chat, we're not putting a stat block on the
script?
Fexathon. We are not fucking putting a
That
stat
would have
block on the
been fun
Fexathon.
still.
I swear to God, we cannot put a fucking... The Fexathon is not gonna get stat block. Stop. translate in a way that's meaningful. I agree. I think it would be kind of gimmicky, realistically. Like, it would be a meme just to say that you did it. I don't know if it would be necessarily meaningful other than just to play Botsy with a character sheet. I think it would introduce a bit of role play and history into the game. But I don't think it would alter the mechanics in any way, because basically you're just like taking Utopia character and then putting all of Botsy's mechanics on top of it. And it's like you could have just played Botsy with those mechanics. You're the one who wanted yapping. Mastermind is Artificer. Funny story about that. That can be taken in a lot of contexts. So Botsy RP, done it before. Hale's like, been there, done that, got the promotion. How do we translate other than just directly porting the ability mechanics? Yeah. Yes, yeah, you can just play Botsy and roleplay it. I absolutely agree with that, yes. Honestly, I just, okay, no, this is actually a thing that I've considered for a little while, chat. I really want to have, not necessarily a series, it's yapping, Rix, not necessarily a series, but like some kind of like, let's say that there's a set of modules that is specifically porting different IPs into Utopia, where you can play different, like, completely out-of-pocket IPs in Utopia. My two favorite examples. I have two favorite examples.
Do we think Ty would be in first still by the time he gets back?
Yes, I do. Mechanically, I very much do. But one of my two favorite examples for this is one that I've talked about a lot, which is COD Zombies. So, if nobody's ever played Black Ops 1 Zombies, absolutely phenomenal game, but the simplest nature of it is that you go through an endless waves of zombies, and the zombies get harder, they get stronger, and there's more of them after each wave. You can buy guns off of the wall, you can pay money that you earn, credits or whatever you want to call them. You earn credits when you kill zombies, and you can spend those credits to open doors and unlock more of the map as you go. Each wave gets longer, and you can get perks from what are called perk machines, which are basically vending machines that sell you drinks. And when you drink the drink, you get a perk such as faster reload time, more health through a very infamous Juggernog. If you're in solo, you can get self-revive. If you're in multiplayer, self-revive is traded for quick revive, where basically you can pick up your friends faster and res them. Okay, Volt, understood. Chaos Trickster God forcing people to play a game with giving them abilities which operate in a specific context. I can see that. Now, don't get me wrong. When it comes to an IP like this, there's obviously going to have to be a mechanical shift, right? Because like one of the examples for COD Zombies is that you play it in Utopia. However, instead of perks, you get talents from perk machines. This is obviously not how actual Utopia functions, but it's taking all of it and doing one or two tweaks to make it fit that IP. And that's okay. You can tear pages out, you can put pages in, and you can fix it up to your liking to make it make sense. You know what I mean? You can make it so that you can't customize spells in your IP, and then you use Spellcraft as a GM fiat instead of a player fiat. It's just however you have to manipulate the system to make it function. But the point is that you're using Utopia's mechanics and base playstyle to make something. And COD Zombies, where basically, you know, you can't custom craft anything because that perk will never be available to you. But the GM can customize all of the various guns that are on the wall, and you can purchase those guns, and you get money whenever you kill a zombie. You don't have to pick it up or anything. You just do it. You know what I mean? And then you just play COD Zombies in Utopia. The other one, and I'm sure a lot of you can absolutely figure out how this would function, was FNAF, where either you play as the animatronics in a group, or you play solo as the security guard, which is a human or 4 automatons, or whatever number, depending on what FNAF franchise you're playing. And the idea is that you get to... Yeah, I think you guys understand. I think you guys get it. Just basically porting Utopia's mechanics in a really funny way to completely random IPs that do not belong.
Up to 50 automatons.
Up to 50 automatons, kill me. Porting it into Utopia in a way that games that were not designed to be a tabletop RPG. You know what I mean? Just making a series of them basically for fun. You know what I mean? Yes, Yap Yap did win today. Not Yap Yap. Yap Yap is a game. We are yapping with it, just chatting one.
I tried to shake it, find a way.
Okay. Okay. Try. I'm reading how this dungeon generator works right now. Ultimate custom night, yeah. Ultimate custom night. Playing Stardew and Utopia. Okay, I would actually fuck so hard with Stardew and Utopia, chat. I feel like Stardew Valley and Utopia would like blow up into actually being a lateral expansion because it would have so much shit that some motherfucker like Rain would actually love. If you ported Stardew into Utopia, I feel like Rain would unironically play it inside actual sessions. Rain, tell me I'm wrong, and you'll be lying. Okay. Volt, I have read through it. I'm completely happy. Congratulations on your big XP camo. Let's go. So I'm empathized with the idea of making bots in Utopia, with there being no real rules, but instead of a bunch of downface investigation deception.
Buy it cannot be discounted in any way. Also count for the Intune/enlighted no spell cap thing.
You have a question on perpetual. Buy it cannot be discounted in any way. Account for
at Archwizard LMAO.
Does this also count for Intune, enlighten/no spell cap thing? Yes, it does. You cannot get a stamina discount on it. There's one way to make perpetual cost less. There's one way that I'm aware of it at all, and it is only ritual. Ritual gets around all discounts, or sorry, it gets around all discount negation, because ritual is not a discount, it is a change to the fundamental premise of the spell. More social deduction Utopia, not Botsy specifically. However, Trank, I agree with you, Trank. I do agree. Like I said, Botsy in Utopia is just taking Botsy's mechanics and sticking it on Utopia.
You can use deny.
Slime Ranger and Sci-Fi Utopia is funny. I would be interested in making a game that uses Botsy's mechanics as an inspiration to make just normal social deduction in Utopia, where it's not as cut and dry as Botsy is, but it just takes inspiration from Botsy's mechanics, uses its character profiles, and makes a game around that, where, you know, killing is actually a test. You know what I mean? Where you actually have to try to kill a creature. Very commonly, it's a world where killing them is going to be super easy because you sneak into their room and they're sleeping and you have to coup de grace something that is physically incapable of responding. So it's just made so ridiculously advantageous. But it would be really funny to play a game where you actually have to go around killing people and sneaking into their homes. You know what I mean? And there's a world where, like, on a critical failure...
You could also have more than 2 teams in that, like TOS.
Where you could actually, like, fail and accidentally wake somebody up. I don't know, I just find that interesting. Yeah, thank you so much for the let me go ahead and grab that one.
Battlecrow520 just cheered 101 bits. Green.
Thank you so much for the 100 biddies, followed by the 101 up biddies, and thank you for your conductor biddies. Silas with the 102 up, that's crazy.
Silas_Rin just cheered 102 bits.
What color? What color, Silas?
We've got aggressive eyes.
We've put conductor biddies in. We're running out of space, chat.
Started.
We're right there at the end of the. We're right at the end of the. We're almost there, chat. We're right there. And 1 blue for Silas. Conductor performer mix right here. Blue is taking over, dude. I think blue might be winning this jar. Red was up there for a while. Yellow was getting up there, but I think blue is just taking the cake. I think it's just blue, chat. We're so close to retiring this jar. Actually, yeah, maybe just a few more, and then I think that jar is out. Hey, Volt, are you there right now? Imagine the demon was a boss fight. Wait, that would be so funny. That would be so funny, actually. How does one create a Utopia module for DMing?
Put me on the wait list.
Yes, I do want to do a VC. I do want a VC. I would like to jump into it with you on call specifically. I'm going to show people how to upload to the Utopia workshop real quick because the question was asked, and I really do want to emphasize this. So this is the Mirrormyth website, which if you just do ! website right now, you'll see it. If I were to go here, you go to Explore and Workshop right here. This is where all of the community-based stuff comes in. Now, if you're logged in, you should be able to upload your own thing. It says log in to contribute, which I think I might just have to log in and log out. I'll try a refresh, but I'm pretty sure that I press save and then close. Will it? No, I think I have to log out and log back in. Uh-oh. Full. Oh, wait. Is it currently? Ah, I see. Well, chat, let me tell you. Right here is soon. Where it would be. You click this to upload to the workshop. I did not realize this was happening. I realize now that I've been telling a lot of people to upload to the workshop, and I think that this has been stopping them for a little while. My bad.
At Canturin, honestly,
But
best theme to do it. Look at other modules and copy a formatting that works best for your module.
if you go to the homebrew editor right here, this is where you can create a lot of the basis for, like, I use this all the time when I'm talking about making stat blocks. This automatically replicates to really, really good level precision how Utopia pages are made and generated. If I were to make a blue page, we'll call this page 2 instead, or we could even call it page I if we wanted to, like is done in the actual Utopia pages. But you can make a whole bunch of stuff, down to spells, down to all kinds of stuff, including just normal text. It uses Markdown. I hope that's the correct term for it. But similar to what you would do in Discord, right? So this would be a title page right here. If I wanted to make something double asterisk bold, just like you would write in Discord. Single asterisk for italics. I can do a double title case, and it would be slightly smaller. Whoops. And you can in fact
Ooh, this
use.
looks fun.
This is so powerful, dude. This is great. And when you're done, you can export the images. Now, you might need like a PDF editor in order to actually turn them into a PDF. I use Wondershare. So like, for instance, I'll just grab all the PNGs. It'll automatically convert it into one giant PDF for me and stuff like that. I personally add art just because I know my art programs very well. I'll take the PDF and I'll slap art in an art, not an art generator, Photoshop or Illustrator is what I'm trying to say. I'll slap images afterwards into via Photoshop or Illustrator. Illustrator can actually edit an entire PDF, so I'll do that sometimes. But yeah, I think that's the long and the short of it. So guys, please consider making all of the upgrades and stuff that you would like on that. And once the workshop is up and working, I really would appreciate you guys uploading stuff to the workshop. It is one of the best ways to put all of the community pieces together and introduce all of those things so that there is a place for everyone to go. If you say, oh, where's the creature generation sheet? Where's the AG1 character sheet? Oh, it's on the website. You know what I mean? It's on the website under workshop. We can organize it and we can verify certain things that are used by the community relatively actively and things that are updated actively. It is super helpful. It's super helpful. Volt just said he's working on it right now. So I'm gonna give him a little bit of time to do that, and then I'll call him up and we can talk about this generation sheet. However, I'm going to secretly peek at it without telling you guys. Oh, that's gonna open on like Opera, isn't it? No, don't open on Opera. I want you to open in the actual thing that I have. I don't know if Wondershare's good, but I bought it, and it seems okay. And I like not using Adobe, so. Volton Plaza? Okay. I will be there in just a bit. I'm gonna take a little peek-see for myself. Okay, so we have a fast prep, a structured prep, and a deep prep. So I think what I'd like to do is make a deep prep if we can. What I'd also like is maybe having a fast way to build out the dungeon. And my first idea is with Photoshop, but I think there might be an even easier way to do this potentially. One of my thoughts is with Aseprite. Chat, what do you think is a good fast way other than Photoshop? We can just use Photoshop if we want, but would be a good fast way to be able to build a grid-based dungeon, you think? Dungeon Draft? Let me peek-see. Do I own this? Did I get this? I might have gotten this before. Oh, is it something that... I feel like I have, but it's like a one-time download, isn't it? So, like, if you lose the download, I don't think you can get it back, because I don't think that they have a login, do they? I think I'd have to buy it again.
I used Blender once.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's on this PC anymore.
At Galaxy 3004 what? We doing Archipelago MS Paint now?
Dungeon Scrawl?
Dungeon Scrawl is good.
Be attached to your email. It's buyable on Humble Bundle explicitly. Oh, hold on. Let me see then. Oh, okay. Cool. Thank you. Oh, delicious. Okay. Let's see if we can get this to work. Not to gatekeep, but I fucking hate Dungeon Scrawl. Oh no, why? I've never used... I don't think I've used Dungeon Scrawl. I could be wrong, but I may not have. Does cast in a perpetual count as being dealt damage, Ori? Because I had another question if so. I actually don't know that one. There's actually been a mild debate on that one as to what that counts as. So let's make a new map. Let's do a 55-inch TV, sure. Okay. So I have this map in Dungeon Draft. I know you guys can't see it right now. We'll talk about in a little bit what we're going to be doing here. Cool. I don't think that's what gatekeeping is. Man, Volt's gonna need some lessons in gatekeeping. Goodness, Volt. We can teach you. We as a community can teach you how to gatekeep, don't worry. Cast a perpetual spell with no spell cap, and if you have deny, you can cast an infinite cost spell and only pay half of your DHP. I see that people have mentioned deny a few times now. I need to read deny. If you would be dealt damage, you may spend an amount of SHP equal to half of your maximum rounded down, or any amount of DHP equal to half your maximum rounded down. If you do, you ignore all damage instead. You cannot spend SHP or DHP. Oh, I understand. There. Okay. Deny's been given a clause. That should help. Next hour stream teaching Volt to gatekeep girl boss. Yes, absolutely. Gaslight gatekeep girl boss. Let's do it. Featuring Okifon. We get a second vote in MHP. Yes. What? We need to gatekeep Volt from gatekeeping. That's good. Second vote at MHP. Not anymore. We haven't done that for a long time. That's back when we used to do double streams, or double streams, I say, when we used to have a first half and a second half for live streams. But we haven't done that in a while. Chaos streams sometimes will do that, or sometimes specifically if the thing that we decided to do was going on too short, we'll just throw in a second vote. I think that happened in the most recent Tuesday, didn't it? Or maybe the one before that, something like that. Whatever we were doing finished so early, it was before MHP, and we decided to do a second poll.
__ coal subdivided plains, lawtices, leaves, cinnamon, etc.
Volt, actually, you know what? I'm gonna move us. Hold on a second. Okay. There we go. Hello, hello,
I'm
Volt. How's it
invited
going?
to speak.
Welcome to speaking. I do like to do very often the on stage one, because as much as I love being in a VC, it can be really difficult to portray a ton of information. So this way we're able to just invite people as
At
necessary.
Galaxy 3004 Eco
that's fine.
fought Tori yesterday and Tori recognized them.
So, I have this document open, and let me go ahead and show the world. So, dungeon generation. Choose our prep style. Fast prep, which is 10 minutes, use steps 1 through 5. Structured prep, 30 to 60 minutes, we're going to use steps 1 through 8. And I think what we're going to do today is deep prep, 60 minutes, 60 or more minutes, use everything, and custom details. Well, I mean, we'll kind of just like sift through it as we wish, I think, but that also seems to be kind of the nature of this, right? We're going to kind of do what feels good for us and what we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
Okay. So I also have Dungeon Draft here. I haven't used Dungeon Draft a whole ton, and even the little amount that I have used it is very, very minimal, and it's been a long time
That's
since.
okay.
So you may have to walk me through that a little bit. But
Yeah.
Okay. So, physical space. What you draw on your map, the space the room occupies in the dungeon layout, how far you walk around the room via other routes, and always measured in meters. 4 meters by 4 meters, 10 meters by 10 meters, etc. Okay. Perfect. I love no hamburger freedom units for us. Internal space, experience. What players experience inside the room can be equal to footprint or vastly larger. How far you travel through the room and creates the impossible dungeon feeling. All right. Okay. That makes sense. When rooms expand, standard rooms, match footprint, storage rooms, hallways and corridors, guard posts, etc. Sometimes expand, 50-50 chance. Armories, libraries, prisons, workshops, usually expanded. Throne rooms, cathedral, boss layers, research labs, and always massive. Rare rooms, final boss chambers, and Eidolon dungeon rooms. Reality is unstable. That makes sense. Okay. Flex move. Don't expand every room. Kills the surprise. Don't make hallways massive. Breaks navigation logic. Don't forget to narrate it. Okay. So, step 1. Theme. What challenges exist? Roll a d6 or choose. I'm going to do everything randomly. I think is going to be my goal here. So, I'm going to make a...
There will be some there's if you do get a rare room, this might come up later. There's only a certain number you might have to make up on the fly.
Okay. Understandable.
When you just for you, once you've got a theme, go ahead and roll for the theme. I will give you a further more detailed description than you'll find there.
Okay. We rolled a 2. Salamander. Heat tolerance. Lava flows, heat exhaustion, collapsing floors, ash clouds, molten walls, and forges. So immediately it makes me think that we're somewhere in like... What?
This is going to be awkward. The 2 people that have already rolled Salamander. Would it be all right if you re-rolled that?
Yeah, sure. I don't mind. 6. Eidolon.
I think it's funny. Okay, so
Okay.
you're supposed to roll twice. If you get 2 6s, then it's an Eidolon. Eidolons are very rare.
Okay. We'll roll a second time. 3. Okay, so 3 instead. Naiad. Underwater combat. Oh, where's the fish? Where the fuck is the fish? Moonch. Full flooding, pressure zones, currents, aquatic predators, frozen sections, murk. Okay, interesting.
I gave you a more detailed description in DMs.
Okay, so out of curiosity, would it be possible, like, if I just wanted, like, a normal dungeon, or quote-unquote normal, right? Like, could we potentially skip this? Because this is purely
absolutely.
a theming. Okay. Okay. Step 2, layout and size. Okay, we need to write this down somewhere. Where are we going to write this? We don't have notes here, do we? Is there like a journal or some kind of ability like that in
No.
Dungeon Draft?
Unfortunately, I wish. That'd be so nice. You can put text down if you wanted to. I don't know if that's...
Let me... Okay, we'll have a WordPad open. I'm sorry, WordPal, as they renamed it. Watching Oregon
they
the same
really?
thing that I made. Yeah. I don't know why. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I wanted Ori to re-roll it, because I was surprised when two people got Salamander at the same time.
Oh yeah, we are absolutely writing everything in Anime Ace. You fucking bet we are. Okay, so our theme is... You're not gonna auto start. No, you're not. Fuck me. Our theme is Naiad, underwater combat. Oh fuck, I'm gonna need to bullet point these. Okay. Which means full flooding, pressure zones, currents, whoops, aquatic predators, frozen sections, murk. Cool. Next up, we are doing layout and size. And we're gonna roll a d8 for that.
I'm gonna laugh if you also roll Ethereal, which was...
That would have been funny. I did get hub and spoke though.
Okay.
Central hub, outward spokes. Oh, this is actually really interesting for an underwater layout. Hub and spoke. Which is central hub, outward spokes.
Yep.
Okay. Size. We're gonna roll a d4. And this is another thing, like this, as you mentioned before, we could just pick these if we needed to.
Absolutely, yeah. Or go off the table entirely and ignore the table and decide your own layout or decide your own theme, like you had suggested.
100%. I actually like this a lot personally. Okay, so our size is going to be large, which is 13 to 16 rooms and 14 to 17 HP. Okay.
Yep. That'll make more sense when you get to that section.
Perfect. Occupation. Who lives there? D12. Okay, let's roll a D12, see what we get out of this. 4. All right, so occupation who lives there is currently Essence Breach Site, Cryptids, Essence Feeders, etc. Okay, so we can work with some... Ooh, this is actually really interesting. I'm kind of getting like Bog Swamp, if that makes sense.
Ooh.
Occupation. So like we're like in the oh my god, like the Baba Yaga, you know, like bottom of Grimdar type thing.
Yeah, that absolutely fits that underwater theme, just swampy instead of like the bayous, kind of the theme I'm getting out of that.
Yeah. Cryptids, oh god, how do you spell bayou? Oh goodness. Only ads I get on Twitch are
Bayou.
Boyou. Okay.
Bayou.
There we go. Go ahead and throw the word Baba Yaga in there because I'll know what I mean. Roll D10 to determine how much loot is in the dungeon. Oh, this is interesting. It's gonna be really funny if it's a really hard dungeon and it has really ass loot. Oh wow, it has really ass loot. That's funny. We rolled a 3. Okay, loot. We rolled a 3, so we're gonna have 6 to 8 common. 3 rare. I presume that this is kind of a more like generic what's it called?
Yeah.
Are we gonna
Correct.
test this out?
And 1 relic. Are we gonna test this out? I don't know if we're gonna test it out on stream. What I'd like to do is kind of get a feel for what the dungeon is going to look like, what it feels like, and how we can kind of move it around, and just see how we can get inspired with it. If we do test it, it'll likely be another day, and I'm gonna save it and try to manipulate it, probably under the table a little bit, or below the table, and then potentially come back with it. 30% early rooms, 40% middle rooms, 30% in late rooms, 20 to 30% of rooms are empty. Okay. 40% in middle rooms, 30% in, whoops, late rooms, 20 to 30% of rooms empty. Okay. 5. Heart and boss placement. Dungeon heart location. Choose based on strategy. After boss room, standard farmable dungeon. Players can repeatedly clear for loot. Hidden/secret room. Rewards exploration. Or ethereal overlay. Story dungeon. Only accessible after triggers/boss defeat. Well, given that we have a hub and spoke room, so I'm assuming that this is like one central room with like a bunch of like corridors leading out. Given this is all underwater, this feels like it should be behind the boss room, assuming that the center hub is where the loot would be and also where the boss would be.
Yeah.
Okay. Dungeon heart location.
That will also make more sense if you get into rooms later. There's mechanics for gates.
Okay, gotcha. Boss room placement, typically opposite from the end entrance, should have 2+ entrances, prevents bottlenecking, include environmental hazards for theme. Makes sense, which there will be many entrances. Dungeon heart rules. HP equals 1 plus number of rooms. So we're at, okay, I see, because we have 13 to 16 rooms and then that much HP. Only, when destroyed, trigger collapse. Okay. Sketch map. Draw layout shape. Loop, tree, hub, etc. Number of rooms in logical order. Mark entrance and boss room. Mark heart location. Connect rooms, lines, and arrows. Detail generation. Optional for structure prep, which is what we're going to do. Room size. Physical footprint. So we're gonna roll a d20. So we're gonna roll the number of rooms that we have, right?
No. So you can if you'd like. So you have the number of rooms from your size, right? You can either pick a number between that, or what I would suggest is start sketching out the layout and then start filling it in to get to that number, right? And then you can tweak from there.
In that case, I do imagine. So, in a world where I love just geometry and shit, so we're gonna geometry a little bit. So am I able to make? This is. No, that's not what I wanted. I would like a wall tool because we're gonna need to make a not square room specifically.
Yep. So left side. Yep. You passed it there. Sorry, I'm looking at stream, so it's probably delayed. There you go.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
No, you're so good. Let's do 5 and 4. I think would make the most sense. 4 sizes of walls. 4 diagonal, 5 flat across, like that. Okay, so this would be, I would assume, our central hub. Oh goodness, undo that. I did put this in a really awkward spot, but and am I able to?
You can change the map size after having created it if needed.
Okay.
Go up in menu.
Cool. I'm gonna probably end up having to do that. Okay, so we have the central room. These floor textures and things are not going to be the end all be all. We're definitely gonna have to change those. But assuming that we have, what is it? And when it comes to rooms, does this include corridors? Like if I were to put a corridor here, for instance, like this.
You may place hallways between rooms freely without having to worry about them. There are rooms you can roll, like on that size table. There are some that are considered hallway or corridor size, and those are supposed to have the special properties of the rest of the rooms.
Okay. I'm actually gonna close this in on us a little bit. I'm gonna change the map size so that we expand out as necessary. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll do 6 from the bottom. And 3 from the right. Okay. So we're going to go, assumingly, I think that we have 8 spokes going out. Octagon was a specifically easy shape to manifest here. So I think we go out from each of these and maybe have like an... I almost want to say that there's like an octagonal, like circular hallway corridor that kind of creates a ring orbiting around this. I don't know what the purpose of the remaining corridors would be, unless maybe... Okay, this is going to be kind of difficult to explain, I think, but I have a little bit of an idea.
Okay.
So let's add 13 tiles and then 10 tiles to each other direction, just kind of square it up a little bit. So what my idea is we have this outer ring, right? This outer ring that just orbits the entire thing. It's one giant corridor going around the central hub. And the cardinal directions, north, east, south, and west, each go into this giant ring. However, the diagonal directions, so northwest, southwest, northeast, southeast, go under it or over it into a separate section of the dungeon. Like, they just go straight over the orbital.
Ooh. Okay.
I don't know if that's crazy. I don't know if that makes sense or if it works, but we're gonna try things. 4, 5. No, don't make squares.
I think that reminds me of an XCOM map.
I don't think I've ever played XCOM.
Sad.
Sag. Hold on, I have to use my...
I don't know how many times I've tried to do the same thing you're doing, like diagonal hallways and stuff, and diagonal lines.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to start with the wall again, unfortunately. We'll start with that wall, and then we'll have to connect them at some point. Oh, I see where I fucked up. I see. Math is funny. And that should be... That is not diagonal somehow? Oh, because they're only 4. I'm dumb. Hold on. Give me just a second. 4. No. Well, why am I so dumb?
It's gonna be 8. I think they're 8 long after a certain distance. It's been too long since I have done geometry.
Yeah, no, kind of same, honestly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we'll go out 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm trusting you are not... Well, that's very obviously not correct, I would say.
You're trusting mine. I don't think... Yeah, I know...
Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 1,
Is that
2...
possible?
Well, that's super obviously not correct, I've learned suddenly. Hold on,
Hold on.
Yeah, that is a perfect bisect. So this one, okay, this one's actually the one that's wrong. You actually should be going out further. Right? Chat, don't look at me right now. Oh no, I'm so confused. This is bad, chat. This is bad. Can I delete these? How do I delete?
Yeah, selection tool.
Okay. No. What?
Hit the bottom left tool on the very far left is the little arrow. Click it and then click your wall and then hit delete key.
We delete. Okay. God, don't look at me. Shift is 2E. What? Okay, so this is where it should be going out to. This wall is temporarily. 2, 3, 4. And then 2, 3, 4. Like this. So that's what I was trying to accomplish. It's amazing that it took this long. But this is what I was trying to accomplish, chat. Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so this wall is also just going out too far, which is astonishing. So that's why that one didn't look correct. I understand now. Selection can be difficult. We're gonna learn things. Okay. And if we check this last one, it should already be correct if I did my math right, which we all know I didn't. Look at that. I was extremely far off. 2, 3, 4. Yep. 2, 3, 4. Boom. There we go. Look at that, chat. That wasn't even hard. I know what you're talking about. I didn't make that difficult. You made that difficult. Shut up, chat. Okay. I'm so fine, dude. I'm so fine. This is terrible. Four out. And to here. You're right. It wasn't hard. Ashton, I don't like the way you said that. I don't like the way you said that at all. Son of a hell. Okay, so this was the first set of orbital that I was trying to make in the first place. Now, this is actually only one inside wall out of the entire thing. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I heard a lot of you mention that you also... Does Greater Intervention save you from annihilation? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Greater Intervention's actually kind of bonkers insane. Do I go out or in from here? Because this thing is getting massive. Let's go out. Which means that if we go 3 like this, I think this is the exact sizing that we need to make a huge corridor. Chat, I am tasking you with something. I need you to come up with a lore for this. We have a cryptid underwater cavern, and we're gonna kind of do a little creative project together, I think. We're gonna have to decide some of the... Whoops. No, that is correct. Oh goodness, this is gonna look kind of awkward.
Don't forget to save, Ori.
What do I need to save? Why would I need to do that?
So Dungeon Draft doesn't crash like it just did to me.
What? No, it wouldn't crash. Right, chat? We gamba.
If
we
you
gamba in
right
this
click,
house.
it'll finish it without you having to.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, that's actually really nice to know. You're in a spell cap, then you cast Infinite Cost Perpetual spell and save yourself with Greater Intervention. Oh, I guess you can, huh? Cult of Dagon? Is it Cult of Dagon, or is that meant to say dragon in the Deep American South? Wait, what? Oh, this is based on something real. I think this is based on something real. I'm not even smart enough for this, and I'm really excited. Actually, no, we can keep it like that. It's a little bit awkward, but I think I'm okay with this, personally. Okay. With that, now we have the cardinal directions that's actually going to... Ooh, hold on. Let me delete these walls. The cardinal directions are actually going to lead to these points. Can you insert a door into a wall?
Yes, absolutely. Building the top left one, the portal tool.
Give me just a second. Let me make... What? Make these big ol' L-shaped things, as these just turn into giant archways, essentially. I presume. That lead into the outer orbital. Okay. Sorry, tell me again. Door? Door. Look, it's a door. I don't think that did
portal
anything.
tool is on the left. Yep.
There we go.
And some of those are windows, some of them are doors, etc., etc., etc.
What is this?
So
door.
LVL 100 Cambion Mage with Daemon no subtrait cap should make it so infinite subtraits, defense, block, dodge, weaponless damage, etc. with reshaped creature.
I'm sorry. I correct myself. You cannot pay more DHP than you have. You can never overpay a cost. So like, for instance, if you have 100 DHP, you cannot pay for something that costs 101 DHP because you don't have the DHP to pay. You can pay yourself down to 0 and survive with exact cost, but you can't just keep adding more to it. Hopefully that makes sense.
I was like D.
Rain gets it.
D,
No, Rain gets
D,
it.
D, D, D.
I thought I misunderstood. Okay. Can we... Oh, you can just make them different. That's so neat. Okay, anyways. I'm so fine. If I go like this, are you going to auto add walls? Okay, what if I don't want the walls? Then what do I do? Oh, there we go. I just X on the
click
wall.
the little X button under the
Yeah.
wall on the left.
Yeah. Perfect. And we can just add all of these right here. I'll probably have to line tool the rest in for the awkward angles and stuff like that, but this is good. Yeah, and then we can just smack all this in here. It doesn't actually matter too much, I don't think, because as long as it's all the same floor. Is it going to save these as all, like, separate objects? Like,
no.
Okay. The floor should just be one giant
What do you
floor,
mean?
hopefully. Yeah, the floor reconnects to itself. It's not going to treat these as, like...
I believe it will treat it as separate.
Okay.
But I don't think that will matter, honestly.
Cool. Okay, so we have... I'm going to call these... I guess we could actually put doors right here that block off the orbital a little bit. Or even better, actually, let's just put walls in the middle right here. So something like here. So they don't necessarily lock into each other, but you can just access them here. This definitely seems very geometric so far, which makes me feel like it would be a part of the design, right? Like there's something about this specific dungeon that makes it geometric the way that it is. Like part of its purpose is aided by it being geometric. I would assume.
I would agree with that.
Does it say that anywhere? Are you talking about for the overpay? No, I don't think it says that in the core guide. I don't think it says it in the core guide that you can't overpay. But it'll likely be a minis level rule. Okay, so the last thing, and partially for a little bit of time conservation, I think I'm just going to do a really simple, like, 4 rooms like this. I usually, whenever I make dungeons, one of the big problems that I have is just making very geometric dungeons. Because it's what makes sense to my noggin piece.
Yeah, the tool's supposed to help with that a touch.
Oh, have I just been ignoring it this whole time and just drawing away?
But it is a creative exercise, so you know what? You do you, boo.
No, we'll just undo all of this. We'll just restart from scratch. It'll be fine.
No, don't, please God, don't do that.
Lost. 2, 3, 4. Okay, so these 4 rooms, which is finally what I was going to say, is connected, I'd assumingly, through these basically smaller ports that go down in some fashion. I hate how you did that. That was terrible. So there's these like under passages that lead to these rooms right here. Cool. You can burn yourself. That's called kamikaze casting. And you can do that. Raw, I don't think raw you can, because what spending means is not clarified in the core guide. I think it's just unclarified. It's doing exactly the same thing I did when I started mapping the dungeon before I realized the tool had a lot more stuff for that. Okay, I'm gonna put these walls in and I'm gonna stop. Someone should have told me. Guys, you can't just let me go like this.
You're right. You're right. I should have.
Volt, how could you? I can't believe this.
You'll be fine.
Okay.
You hush.
Okay. Well, we'll stop right there for right now. We'll press save, and then we'll go back to the tool and see what the tool's trying to tell us. So, for room size, we're probably not going to roll on this because we kind of just made them. Right?
Well, you've defined the layout of the dungeon, but you haven't really set the rooms out yet individually, right? Because all of those segments are going to probably need to be divided into individual rooms.
Okay. I'm fine with that. So, in that case, we're going to roll the d20, and it's going to basically break up... Chat, how well can you see this? Hold on a second. There we go. I'm sorry. I gotta remember to do
It's-
that more often. So we're gonna roll a d20 to see how common the average room size is. Or is
Yes,
this
yeah,
a
pretty much
room
the
by
width
room?
and length of the. Yeah, it's room by room. So pick a room that you want to work on first. I would
Okay.
start with the entrance to make it easier on yourself and give yourself a starting point.
Okay.
Your width and length, and go from there.
Give me just a second. I am actually going to finish this just so that the flooring is in place, because I realize now I feel like this is going to be helpful for... Why do you do that? Why does it do the little squarey thingies? I don't want the little squarey thingies, is the problem.
You know what? I've never seen that
I
happen
feel like
before
this
in
layout
Dungeon
is the
Draft.
central core of
What?
the dungeon.
I
And now
genuinely
you need
don't
to
know how
add
you're
the
doing
rest
that.
around
Yeah,
it.
that's wholly new to me.
Interesting. Well, I guess it'll be blank. Whoopsies.
Go to the pattern tool on the left. It's the diamond looking one.
Yeah.
And then, sorry, stream delay maybe. Yep. And then find your pattern, and then use the polygon tool there and see if that allows it.
Let's see what happens. That did work. That did in fact work. Wild.
Okay. You're not allowed to have diagonal buildings.
Understood. Okay. If that's the case, I feel like we've kind of tightened down what we're kind of allowed to do, per se, or at least I have, by limiting how the size of these rooms, but we can change that. So let's start with this this northwestern room right here. So if we take this northwestern room, we just roll it. These 4 rooms can be completely independent from each other. We roll a 17, and it's a short hallway. Yep. 2 meters by 6 meters. Okay. So now...
Okay, so this is one of those instances where it's an entrance. It doesn't really make sense for it to be a hallway. I would have re-rolled that.
Okay. Let's do that then. Loop. 9. 12 meters by 6 meters, extra large.
Okay.
12 meters by 6 meters. Okay, so this is something that we're definitely going to have to expand a little bit. Let's menu, change map size. We're going to go up by, I say, probably 5 tiles on the left and upper side. At least. Actually, probably more than that. Let's go 8 and 8. This is going to be drawn diagonally, so it might be a little bit easier for us, but just in case. Oh, can I not delete the floor? How do I delete floor?
Redraw over it with a pattern.
There we go. Yep,
And
that
that's.
works.
I really don't know, actually.
Okay, so we have we said a 6 by 12, I believe. Extra large,
Yes,
12 by
yeah,
6. Yeah.
yep.
Okay. So assuming that this
Extra
is
large
going
is-
to be the longer path, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that this is going to be roughly 12. It is in a diagonal, so I can't actually get an exact 12 out of it, but this is 10 diagonals, which I'm going to call 6. I'm sorry, not 6. Hopefully that made sense.
10 diagonals would be,
There we go.
what, 18, 16?
16?
Good enough.
This might be
Honestly,
a little
this
bit
is it. It's fine. You're just here to have fun. Make a dungeon.
longer. There's the purple. I've been waiting for it. Okay, perfect. We got that one. Northeast. Roll again. Son of a hell. I clicked every button except the one I wanted. Is it 12 diagonal at 45 degrees?
So I will work on the next room, but instead of moving on to the next room size, continue through the thing for that next room. So this is room number 2.
I'm going to keep that one as it is. That one's a 4x3,
itty
and
bitty.
I rolled a 4x4, so we're just going to keep that one. I feel like that one makes sense as
Cool.
is. Next one.
That's fine. Okay, so now scroll down. Well, don't move on to the next room. Go
Okay.
scroll down on the generator and continue its steps for that
I
room.
understand. Okay, so this physical footprint is meant to... I see. Roll for category. I understand. D4 for threat level. Okay, so our category and our threat level, we can actually roll at the same time. So where's the threat level on this? Okay, the threat level's right here. I see. Okay. So this one is going to be a storeroom or janitorial with a medium threat in it.
Okay.
I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the labels.
That's a good idea.
So I'm gonna use this right here for our layout. And
That's smart. Yeah, it's you kind of have to end up drawing two things simultaneously, right? You have to draw the map that's shown, like you have your hub and spoke, but then each room, if it's expanded and isn't its default size, kind of needs its own separate map or instance that is that room, right? Because these are supposed to be whole experiences, not so much a straight dungeon crawl, right? It's not supposed to feel linear in the same sense other dungeons would.
That makes sense. Yeah, I could see that. We're gonna call this one room 2, I think. Let's add another text. Can I? How do I add another one?
Click and interesting.
Oh, I deleted one by accident.
Oh, hit visible on for that for sure, and then click the edit button that's highlighted. Maybe it will.
Yeah, I want to unselect this one.
Try the text box thing at the bottom. I don't ever use that tool in Dungeon Draft. I don't know.
Okay, cool.
I'm sorry. I'm being so useful for you today.
No, you're completely fine. We will come back to that, I guess. Well, I think we can name them in such a way that we can be aware of what they are. Okay. Northeastern room. We will do the same roll for it. We already know the size of it. You're doing great. Hey, listen, what's up? How's it going, Chirps? Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, so we have an empty/transit room. I'm going to assume that if it's a transit room, potentially somewhere that leads out of here, like it was like an elevator to get out of the ocean or out of the bog, and it has an elite target in it.
Okay.
Empty/transit. Expert threat. Yeah, this is a mean room. Is there anything else? Room height optional. I think we can probably skip room height for right now, especially because this map isn't even going to be able to detail it. Theme modifiers.
Valid.
Dryad, Salamander, Naya. Height matters for pressure. Never mind. Okay, no, it does matter. Height. It specifically says for Naiad, height matters.
Yes. Sorry. Yeah, I forgot. For some reason I thought I was still on Salamander. Yeah.
So we have standard. Whoops. Hold on, let's just close it with a hotkey. Okay, so this is a standard height and standard pressure, whereas our big room is also the same. So both rooms are going to be standard height and standard pressure. Which means that these are going to be habitable spaces to be in. It's going to be really awkward if one of the, like, hallways or something like that are not a habitable pressure.
I mean, that's possible.
18 for a random effect. Window/opening. In room 1?
Yeah, so that means now Now that's tough to integrate in a Naiad dungeon, right? Because how are you gonna put a window that's secure or a way out, right?
Yeah, I also presume that a lot of this is underground. If this is a Naya dungeon that comes from like you go into the bog and you like escape inwards or like downwards, I was kind of assuming a lot of this is underground.
I would have assumed that too, yes.
Okay.
So it could be a window into another room. That's entirely a thing, right?
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. But this one is also connected to only one room. This one is completely bottlenecked. Actually, hold on. No, wait. We can manage this. We can manage this, chat. Hear me out here. Hear me out. What if there is a... Let's make a little baby room with one of these. And it's just a viewing port to, like, right here. I hate that it did that. We'll just make walls. So you can kind of see the corridor from here. Through this small little viewing area. Window. Roll a d20. The only person that the entire thing was submerged, honestly. Yeah, I do think it's submerged, but I was assuming that it was submerged underground. Raised platform / days. Tactical high ground. Throne placement. Oh. Okay, so we're gonna put a something here.
Also, I feel like the transit room could be an old diving bell that contains some good loot, but also the
This is
elite
one of those you
enemies
can
sealed
choose
inside.
if you think something fits
Oh,
the room a little
that
bit
would
better,
be
you know.
cool. Cave brush? What does this do?
Cave brush is fun. I don't know how well it'll work for you. You you dig the cave and then you blast open a section, which is how it's accessed from the ground level, quote quote.
Oh. My brush also is not doing anything. Oh, there's a water brush. There's a water brush.
Oh, that's so smart, Trank.
Submerged
Oh, I
as
love
in,
that.
You need water breathing to move around in here.
Oh, absolutely. And that was another thing with the pressure as well, is that the pressure could be different based on goodness, what was I gonna say? The pressure would be different based on the ceilings. So you actually need diving suits or equivalent in order to even survive in here as well, was kind of my assumption. I didn't realize you can just like literally waterlog everything. Probably should have done that from the start. Son of a bitch. Probably shouldn't do that on these extra rooms because they haven't been designed yet, but is it also possible that the central room is not waterlogged even? We'll wait until we roll it to see what happens, I think.
This may end up being one of those dungeons where the party walks into it and it's like, nah, this screw this sucks, we're out.
Okay, so there's Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just talking.
This is right here, assuming that this is a viewing window. So you have this like exceptionally large piece of glass or similar, I would assume, that leads into this. That's our viewing window. We have a raised platform, which I don't know exactly how to actually showcase on here, but I think hopefully I should be able to do... What was I just using? Oh, water tool. So would it be possible to do like one of these where like the water shifts? That did almost nothing, I think. What if I do this?
The water tool's not great.
Okay, so I can't modify water, it seems like, that I've already done. Oh, whoa.
No, but you might be able to do a pattern that has a color, and put it underneath the water, a layer below.
Whoa.
Material might work too.
Try a
go back to the pattern shape tool. Make
Okay,
sure the
so
layer is...
It's underground?
Or
Yeah.
you could do
Oh.
yeah, that works. Yep.
Yeah, it's submerged. I was assuming that this was a waterlogged cavern, was my thought process. change the water level to have access to different things. Oh, that would be interesting. Is this like a sewer?
Ooh, that could be fun.
Okay, that would actually make a lot of sense, huh? Okay, so
I am seeing a flaw in doing this on stream with you.
what's that?
In this generator? It's the creative personality has to be there going into it. So I need to guide people into that creative mindset, I think, a little bit more.
Yeah, and I do think it's also somewhat based on intention to some extent.
Sure.
Race platform includes control panel, perhaps?
That could be, yeah.
So this is like a control panel, assumingly that you can raise and lower the water levels. And the pressure varies. So I'm gonna include this in like a breakdown in the very thing. Sewer system with variable water pressures and levels. Each room has a ceiling, has a varying height ceiling, which modifies how high the pressure can get. Water breathing may be required in some areas. Ability to survive high pressures may be required in some areas. Like the Water Temple in Legend of Zelda, I don't think I've actually played it, but potentially yes. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the long and the short of it. Okay, so we have this room, which has a medium threat in it, and it also has a control panel. Control panel, TD, let's give it 12 engineering to learn how to raise and drop the water level. And we can decide of what level of scrutiny that has in total, like if they're able to manage the entire thing or what have you. Or if it's just for this one room. I feel like this so far feels like a control room. Like this is the control room. But we could roll something that changes that completely. I think I'm gonna ignore portals for this one. I don't think we need portals at this moment.
Portals are your doorways. It is all doorways, whether it is a physical actual portal that takes you to a different room or it is actual a wooden door you open.
Gotcha.
Keep that in
okay.
mind.
Room generation example. Okay, so this was an example. Yep. Okay, that makes sense. Gates progression blockers. This
So
might be...
gates are one of the kind of important things.
Okay.
They're your prevent the party from going straight to the boss. In your case, you've kind of created a gate with the pressure system having to be manipulated between rooms, right?
Yeah.
So you'd probably want one or two other gates that are either a puzzle or a objective related to killing a boss or killing an elite. He's got a key that you need or something along those lines, right?
Okay, no, that makes sense. So we're gonna make all the rooms though first before we go straight into gates.
I would recommend that.
Okay, perfect.
Because then you can place those gates where they make sense in your dungeon.
Okay, no, that's kind of what I was thinking. In that case, let's go to our next room and figure out what its purpose is. So we're talking about this room right here. We develop a purpose for it. Oh no, sorry, we have a purpose. It's empty/transert. And like Trank mentioned, there could be a diving bell in there.
Yeah, I like that idea. That's really cool.
So there's actually a way to to get to the surface from there. I don't know if this is the only way to the surface, but it might be one of them. It might be the only one, in fact. Okay, so let's add some room features now. So we're gonna roll the room features on this room. Actually, let's just roll all 3. No, it's a tiny room. Let's roll 2. 9 vegetation. Oh, interesting. Okay. And we rolled cage or cell. You know what? Oh, a diving bell with a vegetation I think is perfect to me. This room has a diving bell and is the main form of transport in/out leading to the surface. The room is covered in algae and growths. I think that's pretty fair. However, there's an expert level threat in this potential starting room, which is terrifying. However, I'm going to leave threat. I think I'm going to put these in brackets, and I don't know if this generator already has like a use case for this, like if it's already been decided how this is going to function, but I'll leave threat as enemy or potential environmental harm, right? So like an expert level threat isn't always an enemy in our case. Would that be safe to say?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like expert level threat means that you could walk in here. Since the expert level threat is in the starting room, it means that if you operate this diving bell the wrong way, which is accurate to real life, you'll die. You'll just die. Have fun exploding. Okay. So now we have to roll our third room, which might change the size of it. This is going to be another D20 right here. Boom. There's no way to get away from educated guess, right? No, not currently, I don't think. Short hallway, we can't do short hallways because these are actual rooms. 18, that's a medium hallway, okay. Kelp, you can get stuck in the flora. Ooh. I like that. We rolled medium hallway again. Let's not. 15, grand hall, we're not. Okay, actually grand hall works. That is huge. Oh dear God. Okay, we're gonna have to make this big.
This is one of those rooms that's like it's encouraged to make it bigger on the inside than its walk around distance, right? Because then it feels more powerful more interesting to the players.
Explain to me what you mean by that. Like, how do we make it like bigger on the inside?
Have
quote
you
unquote?
seen in Dungeon Draft? That's a lot harder. You would want to draw the room as is, and then in another save file, do the room itself.
I understand.
Which I wouldn't expect you to do here, right?
Okay.
But yeah, it's that Doctor Who style. You walk into the TARDIS and it's bigger on the inside.
That makes sense. Okay, I understand you. For right now, I'm going to make this big ol', just this huge room for right now, and we can add more to it on the later. And we'll go like whoop, whoop. So we have our biggest room so far. This could also be a boss room right here. I could see this being the boss room if we really wanted to. Truth be told. If we wanted this main hub area to be more of a central area. But for right now, we have the southeast room. And let's figure out what its purpose is. D8, D4. So we have a throne / mini boss. Never mind. How about it's a mini boss? And it is no threat encounter. It's a mini boss that's no threat. Hold on. No, I'm actually gonna keep this. I'm gonna work with it.
Okay.
I think what we could have here, and I mean, you may ignore me if you so wish, but I think that this is gonna be like the home to like a diplomatic / friendly Leviathan-esque creature.
I was just about to say, does that mean it's a social combat?
I was going to say, yeah. Yeah, if I get no threat but high encounter, then I feel like that's what that means. It means that it's a creature that you have to use diplomacy for. Yeah, super powerful neutral creature, essentially. Throne room / lair, mini boss lair.
Would it become a threat if you failed horrifically?
Oh, absolutely. Listen, if I hand you a social encounter and you decide to smack it in the face and it's a lot bigger than you, more often than not, it's gonna smack you back. That's usually how I treat things. Now, I mean, everything, if it's like a pacifistic creature, then no, there's no chance that it's going to harm you, right? Or a very small chance of barring collateral. You know what I mean? But if it's a creature that's willing to protect itself, and you are small, and it is big, it gon' chomp. Oh, let's roll height, I believe we need to do. Yes. I'm kind of hoping that we roll extreme on that. Yeah. Oh my god, we got extreme. Oh, let's fucking go. Oh, 1 in 8 chance. Let's go, dude. So this thing is crazy tall. Extreme height, extreme pressure, unsurvivable, even barring aquatic species. So you need very special equipment to access this room, assumingly. Like you either need to be an aquatic species or you just get murderlated by going in.
Deep sea diving suit.
Yeah, inhabited by a young leviathan that has taken shelter here. It is completely neutral, but will protect itself if necessary. And we get to include some of our special little extra features. So since this is a massive room, we're going to roll 3d20. Let's actually add a 4th one. 6, we have a balcony or upper level. That makes sense. The place is huge. 9, vegetation. Okay, yep, that makes sense. Growth, fauna, garden of sorts? I mean, this creature has to eat somehow. It has a workshop. And 14 for an altar or shrine. Does this creature have a shrine? This is wild.
What if its workshop is a shrine?
Yeah. Okay, so it has a workshop / shrine. That's interesting. I like this a lot, actually. So this creature has some kind of garden that it utilizes in some fashion, or some kind of fauna that it grows. But assumingly, it would have to have access to some kind of, like, outside life so that it could eat. Assuming that it eats meat. Oh my god, you can use its workshop if befriended?
That'd be fun.
That's so funny. Creature sleeps for 100 years.
I realize I'm just giving
shrine what sleeps. What's that?
I'm realizing I'm just offering like commentary and nothing of value.
No, I mean you have to tell me how to use this thing sometimes. I feel like that's kind of important. Okay. One more. This is some fucking cursed ass sewer system, and I kind of love it. 14 is a huge rectangle, 14 by 8. So we have another large room that's going to be going on this side. Oh, we also have a balcony area. We do need to add a balcony area of some type. I think we can go ahead and add one like here. And this is kind of its workshop / garden, if that makes sense. So there's this area over here that it uses.
14 is easy. 10x10 on grid is 14 on diagonal.
Okay, so 10 diagonal spaces is a 14. And it's 14 by, what was it? 14 by 8. Okay. 10 in the only way that we have not expanded so far. We will delete these walls that we have. And I think we can probably make this one go out. Whoops. Have it go out a little bit further this time. 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, let's undo that. Hold on. This is going to be the 8 side. 2, 3. So that it's actually longer. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that should hopefully be roughly an 8 by 14. I'm not going to use utter scrutiny with this, where we're going to do our very best.
Oh, God. Yeah. That kind of defeats the point in some ways.
Yeah. Interesting. It actually, there is a different texture in some of the waters. I don't know how I managed to do that.
So when you put a pattern underneath the water layer, it kind of, since the water's semi-transparent.
Oh, I understand. Can I change what layer a pattern is in?
At Oridont, hey Ori.
Yeah. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah.
Make a module for Utopia based on Payday.
Below
the
water.
Coop Heist
I
game.
understand.
How would you suggest I handle enemy waves / reinforcements?
That's a good question, and I think a relatively long question to answer. But I do enjoy the idea of wave based. I think it depends on how difficult you want it to be, as well as like. Personally, I like to do it modularly. Like if the DR sounds like swarm mechanics, which we don't have, I don't think you need to use swarm mechanics for something like that. I feel like it would turn into swarms very often, or at least in the later levels. I haven't played Payday. I think I'd have to know. But I think that personally, a lot of times I'll go with a modular front. Like I'll have like some kind of equation where I can like multiply the wave number and have the stats be based on the wave number in some fashion. Hopefully in a way that modifies the DR in either like a linear level or an exponential level fitting to what you need. Oh, Payday uses swarms. Trust me, they are swarms. Understood. I do think that filling out the swarm mechanics would probably help. Swarm mechanics are partially done, but I don't think that they're very well refined, I'll say. Designated spawn-in zone for enemies to trickle into and give myself a DR budget to spend on enemies from a pile of stat blocks I'd have handy. I agree with that. I personally agree with that. I do think that swarm mechanics would be helpful to this as well. If you're willing to take what is in swarm mechanics so far and just give it your personal love and attention that fits whatever setting that you're trying to make right now, would be my personal opinion. Oh, this is a rare room.
Rare room! Yay!
With an elite mini boss or extreme hazard.
Cool. Rare rooms are super fun. I only have 4 of them, so you can try to roll a d4 if you would like to choose one of those, or get creative. Rare rooms are supposed to be those like super duper special ethereal rooms. Like you're walking through a dungeon that's filled with lava and you know, traps and all of a sudden you open a door and you're inside of a massive forest. You know, it doesn't fit, but it's fun.
Okay. We're gonna roll the depth on this, and then I'm gonna go. The rare room, I presume, is in a different spot somewhere on the document.
Just down a little bit more. I don't think it's very far.
It is a normal ceiling. Normal height and normal pressure.
I lied. It's literally at the very bottom.
Just a little bit further. Just a little bit. It's a little bit down there. Just a little bit. Design philosophy, quick reference, campaign pacing, workflow examples, timeline and aesthetic. Using rare rooms.
You're almost there.
Rooms take 3 to 10 times longer to traverse than normal rooms that treat as mini dungeons, with the dungeon should contain 10 to 30% of the dungeon's total loot. Have their own mini boss or unique mechanic. Pacing. Rare rooms are session highlights. Don't rush them. Players should feel accomplished by clearing them. When to expand other rooms. Throne rooms always expand. Boss layers always expand. Cathedral temples always expand. Roll d6 for non-rare special rooms. Matches footprint, 4 to 5, 2x footprint. So this is assuming that you're making like another map inside it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. So so this is probably something that's going to lead down into something. But I'll go ahead and roll a d4 for these to see what kind of rare room we have. 1. Island spotted ocean. Massive. Isn't that a little bit? Oh, this is 500 meters by 500 meters. Massive body of water scattered with islands. Boat/swimming required. Sky visible overhead despite being underground. Takes 30 to 60 minutes to cross. Gotcha. Okay, so this is a room that leads to somewhere far away. I think is the long and the short of this one for sure. Right?
Not necessarily. It doesn't lead somewhere far away, right? It's still contained within the dungeon. If you get to the other side of it, might be a doorway in the middle of the ocean that leads to the next room. So
Okay.
it's still wholly contained within the dungeon.
Okay.
I hope I have only slightly broken your mind.
No, it's perfect. So this is an entire ocean area that's been bottom out, teeming with wildlife and one giant territorial creature. I'm gonna say actually some, because there might be more than one. Aquatic territorial.
Could this be what the
creatures.
Leviathan is hiding from?
I think so. Or it just decides to stay away because it's not interested in the fight. And also that breeding with life is what allows it to eat. Like if there's some kind of hatch that allows these fish to make its way to the Leviathan, it can kind of just stay in a little hobble.
Oh yeah, okay. This is fun.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying spectating this.
We add little features. 11. Furniture. Okay. Broken furniture and discarded pieces scattered around, I will say. Number 6 is a balcony or upper level. I mean, I feel like that's kind of needless to say. Let's say that there's a central island dotted around for land life. We have another balcony upper level. We can skip that one. And vegetation. We have rolled vegetation every single time. For the context, the way that Payday likes to handle waves is an initial thin stock of initial enemies, and based on how well you handle a side goal, you get a certain amount of calm before the storm and then 3 enemy waves, heavy, medium, light, before circling back to the side goal. That makes sense. That's actually really interesting. Okay, so we have done this. We now have these other rooms dotted around. I don't think that I'm gonna roll for size on these because the orbital positioning of it kind of matters.
Yep.
So we'll skip the sizing features and just put threat and ceiling. I think I'll also skip the ceiling because I think this dungeon is just kind of unreasonable if you die just walking into the main rooms that lead to the other rooms.
Fair.
No, these chambers can be separate. I feel like they should all have a high ceiling because assuming that part of the gate that's necessary is that you have to lower and raise these some amount would be my guess.
I mean, yeah, I guess how prominent is that, right?
Yeah. Okay, so we have a north room, we have an east room, southwest, so on. What my assumption is up to this point is that this was once a working sewer system that they used in some fashion, but it's just been rehabitated by creatures that overthrew it, essentially.
Okay.
Small damage, not full death, but small constant damage. My assumption was that since you're entering on this side right here, you can make your way over to this side, and to this control room. If you discover this control room, then in this room, you can actually lower and raise the water levels to make it so that you don't just die. However, aquatic creatures just innately survive these effects. Oh, okay, so small constant damage as in, like, if you don't lower the water levels, I presume is what you mean then? North room. Let's roll for the north room. Whoa. We have a throne / mini boss of elite variety. I think this is gonna be one time that I'm gonna use my personal veto on this one, because we have the elite threat right here, and then you're immediately coming back into... Oh no, actually you don't get to access this immediately. Okay, fuck it. Elite threat. So we have a throne room / mini boss and elite threat. I'm gonna come back and wrap around to... I'm sorry, I'm gonna do the height, and then I'm gonna wrap back around to adding more of the context to each of these. I feel like that makes sense. So let's roll a height. 8, it is extreme. Okay. So the pressure is also unsurvivable if you do not lower it first. That's actually really interesting for the Leviathan one, because presumably if you lower the water for the Leviathan, you basically just handicap it. First one will be height. So this is a tall ceiling. So it's not a kill you ceiling. Hi, Chili Bean, how's it going? Welcome in. It's not a kill you ceiling, but it is an angry ceiling. And this is on the east side right here. So on the east side, we have a high ceiling, and it is a rare room, which we will re-roll, or we'll take the other roll instead. Library research. So we have an actual research room, which is interesting. Research room with another elite threat. Okay, we have learned that this is just a hard dungeon.
Yeah, I'm also realizing I think that needs to be a D8 with percentages based on the threat.
I think that would make sense.
That's pretty rough.
Yeah. High ceiling. So I'm calling it, it's a research room / study room. It has an elite threat in it. High ceiling, livable but minor and constant damage if unprepared. Help the Leviathan move to a rare room if not to handicap it. I think you probably could, but I would have an assumption that the Leviathan is in its room for a reason, if that makes sense. Like, it wants to be in the room that it sought out for itself. Would be my assumption, at least. This is a standard ceiling. This is a south room. Standard ceiling. It's a storeroom or janitorial, and it's completely safe. / storeroom. I need to stop typing off screen. Kill me. We have... It is completely safe. Standard ceiling. Standard pressure. which means that creatures can go in and out of this completely for free. It literally just has no threat. There's not a single thing wrong with it, which is pretty awesome. We finally have one of those. Never mind.
Good
Hi.
safe room.
Never mind. We rolled threat level 4. It's also an elite.
Oh. I like at some point you gotta give them a break, and I would have like
Yeah.
used a veto on that.
Yeah. I think it would be safe to at least call these like medium encounters, like all these elite threats. I think let's cap these out. Right? Let's cap these out at medium threats. These northeast, south, and west rooms, because we already have our elite threat somewhere else. And just having equally
Valid.
elite threats makes no single threat elite at any point, because it's just how hard the entire dungeon is by nature at that point.
That's true.
Okay, so now we finally have, on our west side, we finally have an easy encounter. But actually, this time. It's not safe, but it is easy. So this is tall, which means, again, we have a high ceiling, which means that you can take consistent damage from just being in it, if you are not prepared for it. Yeah. Armory / barracks. So I think what I'd assume is we have, this is an easy threat. We have high ceiling, livable, but minor and constant damage if unprepared. I think what we do is we include armor or equipment that allows transit throughout the dungeon. So if you don't have a diving suit, this is one of the places that you can find it.
Ooh, okay.
Hi, Abigail. Thank you so much.
Consider
What's
it,
good?
like rare loot. Yeah.
Welcome in from YouTube. How's it going? Rare loot would actually make a ton of sense. This is like one of the rare loot pieces. Is just basically the armor that allows you to survive this entire encounter in the first place. I think what I'd like to do is I'm gonna roll 4 d20s, and I'm just gonna dot these room features around the rooms that they feel like they belong in, because we have these 4 rooms and they already have a little bit of culture around them already. So let's put stuff where it feels like it belongs. We have a pit or a chasm. We have a high room, don't we? We have a high room. We have 2 high rooms, and only one of them is a medium threat. Okay, yeah. Fissure or chasm has sheared this room in half. So the water mechanism is completely broken here, and the room is always drained. So we could have a medium threat that literally exists in this research or study room that was meant to be done like through a diving suit, but like you can tell that the entire room had to be not re-equipped because no one did. But it's basically like the room broke. Like there was an earthquake that sent a fissure down the center of the room, broke its containment, and now it can't take water anymore because it's not airtight anymore. So the entire drainage system is broken. The water's drained out. This was originally a research room, but it was designed for divers. So a lot of the research equipment is probably broken, and the study equipment, so on and so on. And then there's a medium threat because there's probably some creature that came out of the chasm, I would assume. And we rolled that twice, so that's going to be both of them, I think. Crates and barrels, and then chains and restraints. The janitorial room, I presume, is going to be covered with crates and barrels. Include useful equipment, I'd assume.
Yeah.
At least some little pieces and stuff, because this is assumingly a place where, you know, like sewer dwellers, not sewer dwellers, but sewer, like plumbers would go around. So equipment that they would use. Not meant to have threats to do, and the ones that were supposed to have diver dangers is nullified. Yeah. I'm always drained in the vicinity of Ori. And then we have chains and restraints. I presume... Where are we going to put that? We do have a mini boss, a throne room / mini boss in the northern room. Okay, so I'm gonna assume that there's a creature here, a somewhat more sentient creature, like a humanoid creature or a diving creature, an aquatic humanoid, that has taken shelter in this northern room, and it basically just takes in oncomers and kills them. So we kind of have like a swamp monster.
Ooh.
That roams in and out of here, and I'm gonna assume that it's taking this northern section as a layer of some variety. This section right here. I'm also gonna take the assumption I think that these doors don't exist. The only way to get through here is through the main hub. Speaking of that, skipping over these hallways, assuming that we can skip these hallways, let's do the main hub.
Yeah, hallways are free.
Which also makes me wonder, to some extent, is the main hub actually drained, or is it airlocked, or is this also all completely submerged? Let's roll for it first, and then see what we get. So we have the center hub room. We won't roll size because we already have size. And we get our height and threat level. And reasoning. So 6 that's a high room. So it has high ceilings. 5, it's a library research. 3, with a medium threat. Okay, if that's the case, I think that this is not, it does not have water.
Yeah.
I think that this is the room that, like, when this was a sewer system, it was specifically designed so that you could enter and exit from it and basically monitor the happenings of the rest of the sewer. But assumingly the main exit has broken. So the only way to enter now is through the dive bell. And then there's just some creature in here that makes you big one die. Okay, so study research room. Originally, the main entrance for maintenance and repair on the sewer system includes monitors that can see the rest of the dungeon somewhat freely. Damage has closed it in, making the dive bell the only method in or out. Okay, this is actually really cool because what this does, in my opinion, is that you have this, if you were to take this dungeon for what it's worth, you're going to go into this dive bell, you're going to have an extreme threat here that you have to fight. And I think that extreme threat is simply the fact that you're in a high ceiling, you die if you walk out, you need to find some way to get out of here by operating the dive bell properly. This is something that can kill you right on the spot. If it's the dungeon saying, hey, you need to take me seriously, otherwise you will just perish here. The environment is bigger than you. And when you get out, you get straight into this research room, which has a minor threat, probably a combat threat of some type, but you now get access to monitor and surveillance on everything else going on. You look into this room, you see a giant fucking Leviathan. You look into this room, you see an ocean it looks like an entire underground lake with islands and life teeming and all of that stuff. You look at this one, and this looks like some kind of control room. You look at every other room, and you see that there's just water everywhere. You can't tell what the pressures are. Maybe you have pressure monitors. I feel like this is like a really cool like introduction into the dungeon. It's like this is what you're looking at and this is what you have to look through. Maybe some of the monitors are broken.
Yeah.
So some of it is still like, you know, you have to piece together and be like, do you want to risk going in? Because even the display footage doesn't tell you. Okay. I think that room purpose we have already have pretty clear from each room, arguably.
Yeah, that's a backup table.
Okay. Step 9, faction behavior. Only if organized occupation. I think that we already have a good idea for where this exists culturally and what it means, I would assume.
I would agree. And it's not really an organized occupation.
That's fair. The control center of the dungeon, while alive, dungeon regenerates every... I don't think we have a regenerating dungeon in this specific case. If we needed it to regenerate, we could, but... I think...
In that case, the heart would probably reveal itself automatically after defeating the dungeon's boss, you know.
Just basically how to close the dungeon out?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
That would be your loot drop, right? That would be your treasure.
I
in
understand.
this case, in the way that I have this listed.
Okay, that makes sense. If that's the case, I have a curiosity. There was one that was... So is our... Where's the gates? Okay, there's gates. This is one thing I wanted to look at. What is the heart of our dungeon, quote unquote? Because originally I think that there was an assumption that this central corridor was the heart. But I feel like it could be actually like this right here, for instance. Which I am actually going to change to make a little bit more representative of what it probably actually is. Is there a way to delete water?
Yeah, if you go back to the water tool and hold shift, you can redraw over it to remove it. Grab one of the brushes.
Oh,
that would be my recommendation. I think it's shift. It might be alt. It's one of the key, the modifier key.
Ah, you're right. Okay.
Did Ori say what does it take to delete butter?
Water. But now that we know that this is a brush, this is perfect because now I didn't even realize that this is a brush. We can add some like walls, but they're like more like ruined walls, I would assume. And then we just water. We'll do a polygon tool at first. And then just brush out the rest of it. Because assumingly, this is something that has like been overflown, like something from the surface like took this over, per se. What the fuck just happened there? And rehabitated this. Why are you doing that?
I think you've hit a limitation on Dungeon Draft's map size, and it's artifacting. My recommendation would be, what I would do is save and reload that.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to go through the effort for that.
We will see. I'm gonna keep trying. See if I can get away with not doing anything, because it's starting to work again. I don't know how exactly altitude-wise, especially, this would specifically function. Like, if it could lead to the surface in any way. I don't know if that technically makes sense, realistically.
I think it could.
I do like this idea that basically it's just kind of drained out into like an actual cavernous aquifer of some variety or something like that. Not like it's not like a magical presence or anything like that. Like it's genuinely just entering an aquifer. I don't know why, but I just dig that. With that, I think that's a map. Other than just deciding where loot is stashed away and what loots are stashed.
That would be important, yeah. And you kind of, you know, your big gate is managing the pressure, so I don't think you have to worry about adding any of those.
That's true. So we put mechanics for how this pressure functions. To decide what kind of blocks you off. Aquatic creatures just get around this, but I think that's just kind of an award that aquatic creatures get. And I presume...
Yeah, and it would be rude for the aquatic creatures to abandon the party.
That would be rude. Those darn fish. And with that, I presume that the main loot is either returning something to this creature or it's going back to the bell, retrieving something important from here. And maybe by the time that you use your bell, you also have to find a way to re-equip it. Because when you use the bell, it hurts itself or it gets damaged in being used because it's been, you know, decades since it was produced. Or you use it wrong, so now you have to fix it. But you can use, like, the janitorial rooms and things like that to fix it if you know how to. And if you don't know how to, the Leviathan or this creature up here is a method as well, so on and so on. So you have multiple escape routes. But the point is that you come in on a damaged device. You have to, A, find the object you were looking for when you entered this dungeon, and B, find a way out again.
I like it. I think that's pretty cool.
I think that's pretty neat. I feel like that's a pretty cool thing to just export.
All right, let me hear it, chat. How terrible is it? What's everyone's thoughts that's been listening in?
Chat, what do you think? Tell me what you think. Tell me before we go on to mental health break, because I thought this is actually quite fucking neat. I feel like this is kind of what I would want. Like, if I was trying to come up with I do think that there's a lot of worlds where I'm going to need a dungeon for a more specific matter, but I think this is perfect, right? Because you can just kind of generate what you need generated. Like, if you're coming to a dungeon generator, you need something, right? There's something that you don't have the mindset for, that you don't know the answer to, that you need generated. And you can just rip tools out as necessary. I would use the fuck out of this whenever I GM. Yeah, there's actually like entire caverns and tunnels that I need for Paya's Return that I'll probably end up using this tool for. Because they are so much like, I feel like they're like, I definitely see like with rare rooms, I think that there's a lot of dungeons I would make where I would just never use a rare room. Because they're just not that powerful. You know what I mean? Like, they're not like these big, what's it called?
At Galaxy 3004.
They're like small dungeons that are like dwarven mining sites and stuff like that. And I mean, like, a rare room would be like an option like we did for this, where it's like a break-in, you know what I mean? Where it accidentally leads into something else. But for most parts, I just want a small dungeon for players that's kind of more of a side quest. And I don't think it needs a rare room. But I could also see, like, for instance, one of the things that I need to work on is the Magi tunnels, which absolutely comes with rare rooms. Like, it is such a random and chaotic mess because so many different creatures have utilized this tunnel structure, and all for their own purposes. So God fucking knows what's down there.
Right. Yeah, and you know, it's the rare rooms kind of really heavily lean into that ethereal nature, right?
Yeah.
If your dungeon is set securely in a physical space, then it kind of breaks that law, and
I could absolutely understand that. Yeah, I can agree with that. I'm gonna go ahead and put that right there. I'm gonna try to save all this, put it somewhere, and use it for something, perhaps. I don't know where exactly we're gonna use it yet, but I think we can find a place to use this. This is interesting. I also personally, for my own use,
At
need to
Ray Nice
find a
Fouling, I
good way
expected that response.
to show like a map and like a GM's guide, if that makes sense. Like, I need a way as a GM to see the map as well as the GM's Bible to know how to run that map, if that makes sense.
I've got a I'm opinionated on this. Foundry is very capable of that because you can hide map notes on the map that only you see when you click on them.
Oh, dope. Okay. What if I use Tabletop Simulator? Are we just not friends anymore? Or is there... I'm aware use two tabs.
No idea.
I know use two tabs. I'm aware. When I'm running Pias, I usually have like 6 tabs that I need to pick through. Which is what I'm saying. I do need an efficient route to do things. The more efficiency, the much easier it is on me personally to be able to wade through all of the information that I need as a GM. Only suffer? Okay. I'm actually very interested in this Tabletop Simulator rehaul that's been talked about.
Me too.
But for right now, before we get into that, we can talk about this in a little bit. First of all, I'm gonna say, welcome to Mental Health Break, chat. This is Mental Health Break. Make sure to go grab a drink of water, go grab a snack, go brush your teeth, go do your homework, whatever you guys have to do to be healthy. We're gonna be on the Just Chatting screen for about 10 to 15 minutes, and then we're gonna get back into a little bit more yapping and chatting. TTRPG playing / running is just suffering. So are we all masochists? Or definitely, I'm not a fucking masochist. Thank you, Hale. Chat, I'm gonna turn on Stream Racers soon. And I'll probably be popping out of VC here pretty soon. If there ends up being more stuff for us to talk about, I'd be happy to pop back in as well, though. But during Mental Health Break, I'm gonna leave Volton here to let him berate you about the generator that he has created. And I'm also gonna thank Volt for creating that. That is actually really fucking cool. I am a fan of it personally, and I do plan on using it. God damn it, Hale. I feel like Hale just wants to bully me. Is this like payback for something? I don't think I've ever done anything wrong to you, Hale, in my life ever. I've never bullied you before, so this is completely unreasonable. Interesting. I'll talk about this Reddit post I'm looking at right now once we get back from Mental Health Break, because I'm looking at the Tabletop Simulator 2.0 overhaul in r/Tabletop Simulator, and it seems like, at least on Reddit, it got some backlash. Interesting. I don't know. I would like to see it. I would want to see it. Oh, yeah, and the backlash doesn't make any sense because it says the purchase is free. Interesting. Well, we'll see. Well, chat, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go turn on Stream Racers as well so that for your guys' entertainment while I am gone. Welcome back. Isn't Hale supposed to be nice? Hale, you supposed to be nice? It feels like there's some, like, lore going on right now. What's the lore going on, chat? Lore's not allowed in this community. We don't do lore here. What are you guys doing, you silly goobers? Lore? The lore. Chat, you know what this means. Make sure to do !race if you want to join into Stream Racers. It's a little physics simulator, essentially, where you guys can compete against each other against completely random mods. Except you can use !boost if you would like to try to go faster during the race. You can use this wrong, and it can hinder your racing, but the winner will also receive 1000 XP. So use !race, which is written on screen as well, to join in. I will be right back while people trickle in.
So I like how Ori gets a mental health break, but I have to suffer and deal with you people while he gets a break. What's that about? That's not fair.
We love you too, Volt LMAO.
It wasn't a question of who loves me or not. It's thanks, Rain. Appreciate. Hi, Hale. Well, no, I can't. Ori has contractually obliged me to stay here while he fucks off for mental health break. So I guess I'm going. He didn't even start the timer for the thing. So I mean, nobody's going to be racing anything.
Valen told you.
I've been stuck in the basement, Rain. You know this. I feel like there's a pun somewhere with voluntold and volt, but I can't. It's not clicking for me. Voltantoid. Volt. I read that Voltantoid. That sounds like a badass Metroidvania.
Voluntold? Who would ever be voluntold? Volt, is something wrong? If it is, don't tell me because I'm not going to listen. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Don't paint me as the villain. I brought my own paint. Okay. I'm gonna get this race started. I'm gonna position the camera, and then I'm gonna walk away for a little bit. And Volt's definitely not gonna say anything bad behind my back. I do not hate chat.
I'm gonna pull out my old StarCraft 2 announcer voice and start announcing the race.
Okay, that's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. I'm pretty okay with that, frankly. Man, and this would have been the perfect time for you to talk shit behind my back. Maybe next time.
Right?
And ooh, this track's a little bit longer than I thought it was. What? There's a chaos wheel? What? What happened? Grip boost, higher tire grip for all racers. What? How did you guys? What? Huh? Okay.
Hello?
Well, bye. Have fun, I guess. What the hell?
Bye, Ori. Hey, Rain. Are you still here? Is there a meaning to the pattern of the hexagonal? Are those hexagonal lights? Yeah, that Ori has lit up back there? Or is that just for fun? I've been curious and I keep forgetting to ask Ori. Just a fun pattern? Okay. Yeah, no, that's dope. I've always wanted those lights, but they're so expensive. And the name brand triangular ones that are like larger, those were like $100 for like 2 or 3 lights. It's crazy and not worth it. That's kind of, yeah, it looks like a bug of some kind crawling on the wall. I love it. It's a really cool pattern. I do like it a lot. It looks like it has eyes and legs. Look at that. I'm in second place and I'm not even boosting. Hey, that's fine. The off-brand ones work just as well and
But we got
are
3 boxes
perfectly
and 2
adequate
just
and
didn't
cheap.
work.
Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Oh yeah, 2. Really? Yeah, I mean, I guess that's is that bad luck or? I would presume bad luck. For the viewers out there that cannot see anything, because I don't have any webcam, my cat is watching the race as it unfolds live, staring at the cars
Not
and the
sure.
little
The review
lines
seems
and
fine,
everybody's
so I'd
name.
assume bad
It's really
luck.
cute. Everyone say hi to Chonky. His full name is Sir Chonkington Toast the Third Esquire. Don't GG Volt yet. There's still time. Hey, I did win. Yes, we all love Chonky. Chonky is cute. I will see if I can find a picture actually. Well, my phone's dead. I was gonna say I'll put a picture up on Discord and tag you, Rain. When if I remember to do that tomorrow when my phone's charged, I'll do that. Look, Chunky, you got all these fans on the internet.
5th place. Not bad.
And somehow I won again, yet having not really cared or paid attention to the race.
Last LOL.
What are you talking about, pierogi? Yeah, pierogi's delicious. Are you having pierogi? Is that how many times I've won? Have I won 4 times? What's the water droplet icon for? You don't know how tall I am, Rix. You shush. Also, you've been gone this entire time, Rix. You decide just now to pop in and say some dumbass joke about Ed Sheeran because you think I look like Ed Sheeran for some reason. Thanks. I appreciate you, Rix. You're my favorite. Everybody go bully Rix in Discord.
Well, if the shoe fits.
Don't start. It doesn't fit. I don't even know what Ed Sheeran's shoe size is, actually. I'll have you know. Thank you, Rain.
By chat.
The difference is like Rix has stalked me and figured out what I look like through pretty easy means, honestly. Like, unfortunately, I can kind of see what he's saying, which aggravates the shit out of me, but it's fine. Yes, I am going to add trap systems and puzzles. I plan on having a kind of step B that goes adjacent, which will generate both puzzles and traps. They kind of go hand in hand as far as I'm concerned. Puzzles tend to dismantle traps, and traps can trigger puzzles. So. How old was I in that picture? I think I was 21 in that picture. Oh, yeah, okay. You're talking about that one thing, Rain. Yeah, you're right. I was 17 Yep. Okay, so yeah, that's some more greater detail that I
Baby
plan to
asterisk.
have somewhere, but it's probably not as priority.
What is?
Or you've been replaced. Go away.
Okay, bye.
That was easy. I am the chair. There is no more chair. It is nice. It is chill though. I do enjoy this. This is the I have secretly been Cherry this whole time. This is the streaming that if I was a successful streamer would be like the thing I did most of the time. Mostly just chatting or bullshitting while playing some dumb single player game. That'd be my thing.
Can I just say, I would actually love that. I honestly would fuck with that so hard. And the biggest stipulations that I found is that there's so many various IPs that Mirror Myth does that I would like to do on stream and things like that, that like it removes a lot of the ability to just kind of BS. And also just chatting is probably one of the more effort intensive things for me personally, because when it comes to like my method of streaming, I want to have like a concept. I want to have a challenge and a conflict in stream, and just chatting is the most like you have to generate everything. You know what I mean? When it comes to playing a game, you can build a concept around playing the game, but when it comes to just chatting, you have to generate everything from scratch.
Yeah, and that's a lot. It's a lot easier when you actually have a chat to read and listen to, right? Because when it's just you talking to yourself, that's that's just not fun and not entertaining for anyone.
I mean, it can be if you're an extremely entertaining person, but it takes energy and effort.
Yeah, I'd have to be purple all the time, and I can't drive a purple personality 24/7.
I think it would be funny to just find things on the internet to judge.
That, you know what? That would help. I could absolutely spend hours at a time finding random ass websites, getting angry about nothing, and going off. Yeah.
Fucking, oh my god, no wait, that would actually be so funny. I would watch that for so long. I swear to god. Can you imagine just like literally a stream where it's like you just grab a bunch of purples and you just throw them in a chat and you throw stupid concepts at them?
Force them to pick a side that isn't the side they would normally pick.
Oh my goodness, yes. Yes, and they have to like devil's advocate debate at each other.
Yes.
That would actually be really
fun.
funny.
That's a stream idea you should take.
Okay. Well, what's something really stupid that you hate?
Something really stupid that I hate. I fucking can't stand Roll20. Roll20 is the biggest pile of hot garbage to ever to ever taint the internet. It is horrid. The UI is insufferable. The grid layout is meaningless. The fact that you have to like I could go on, but I've put most of Roll20 out of my memory, so.
Okay, so chat, how about who does anybody like Roll20?
Would you rather $50 or have the ability to burp on command 5 times a day?
$50 or have the ability to burp on command 5 times a day? I'll take the $50, thank you.
I already have the ability to burp on command 5 times a day, Sherbs.
That's crazy, actually. Yes, we did in fact finish the dungeon. Now I'm tempted to like throw another purple in chat and just talk about Roll20.
I can also do that, Volt.
but force somebody to take the accepting role and somebody to take the hatred role. Like, you guys have to good cop, bad cop.
Yeah. I there's another stupid thing I hate. I think poker's dumb.
Poker?
I think the only fun, meaningful, skillful game at a casino is blackjack.
That's the only one. There's no others.
That's the only one.
Really? Okay, hold on. No, I think we're in a debate now. We're in a debate. I'm not purple, but that was wrong.
Okay.
I guess probably one of the most historical examples would be Texas Hold'em. Texas Hold'em is an extremely skill-based game. Yeah, it's an extremely skill-based game.
I already removed poker from the equation because I think poker's stupid.
No, that's absolutely incorrect. Poker's amazing. Okay, let me say this. First of all, hold on. Stop. Nope, stop. Poker is an extremely skill-based game. And honestly, it is misconcepted how mechanical it is, in my opinion. The mechanics of the game are something that are basically a prerequisite for high-level poker. Like, it's not just how good can you count cards, how good can you understand the premise of the game. It's expected that you know that. Poker is a social game. Poker is all about taking an insecurity value or recognizing what your percent chance of loss is and deriving that information from your opponent.
Okay.
But hold on. Let's
you explain yourself, Volt. What do you mean?
Hello.
How is
think
poker not skill based?
I never said poker wasn't skill based. Whoa.
Isn't that what you
I
were
said
saying?
I think poker is dumb. And I
think the only skill based game in a casino is blackjack.
Okay, you're right. I did say that.
You did say that.
Yep.
Okay, so you think poker's dumb. Why is it dumb?
I don't find it. I find it to be incredibly unsatisfactory. I don't think it is fun to play. I don't think it is fun to watch. And I understand that is a personal opinion. However, I think that it's I think that way because it doesn't. It's not a social deduction game or a card game. It's both, and I don't think it blends the both well
Trend
enough
for
for
most
me to
purple
enjoy it.
2026.
That's a fair opinion. I think the take of it's not skill based is the thing that was like, what the fuck. But I think that's I think a fair opinion. I don't think a lot of people will agree with you, but I think that's a fair opinion to have.
I hope people don't agree with me. I want to piss off chat more. Star Wars is the worst, absolute
Don't rectify him.
worst franchise of all time.
Yes.
See, I also don't like Star Wars, so I kind of agree with you. I don't know if it's the worst form of. I don't know if it's the worst, but I don't like it.
Chat, they're revolting. They're teaming up with each other. What are we gonna do?
I think Star Wars.
I agree with that, Rain.
Harry Potter is the worst.
What's that, Volt?
I was just saying I think gambling is awful, but I that's all. Continue.
Oh well, for separate reasons, yeah, right.
Okay,
Gambling
here's a
is
question.
Just, like existentially bad for different reasons.
Here's a question. Is all gambling wrong? Is all gambling wrong or bad? Please discriminate between those two. Is it ethically wrong in all cases, or is it just kind of like a bad habit that's okay to exist? And
I don't care for
is it
Star
something
Wars
that
much.
is used
Generally, it's
improperly
just
but
boring
could be
plots.
good?
Even the original trilogy is
I don't think
Hero's
it's ever
Journey but
ethically
space.
wrong. If you want to gamble, do whatever the fuck you want. It's your money. It's not ethically wrong to waste your own money. Like
LMAO.
there's no moral
At the
quandary about
Forager
you
56,
gambling.
that's
There's
why it
moral
was a
quandaries about
slash
No, I
G.
disagree with that.
and-
I
and
only
that side
jest
of
about
things.
it because casinos would kick you out
it's
for
your money,
counting
who cares what
cards.
you do with it?
Or
I
at least
think-
some will irk.
I guess it depends on how far down that rabbit hole of morals goes, right? Because if you have a family, it might be your money, but you're actively putting your family's financial situation at risk, right?
Well, then
And
it's not
that's
your
a
money.
moral-
If you have a family, that's not just your money, and I agree with you in that situation. I'm talking about purely money that is yours for, say, entertainment purposes, money that you would otherwise be able to spend, or even if it's not money that you would otherwise be able to spend, if it's only affecting you. If you're affecting other people, that's a different problem. And I do agree with you there. But if it's just your money, if it's only affecting you, it's not morally wrong. It's a bad idea.
Then
and
I
it's
agree with you.
generally- Yeah. I mean, the way I think you should gamble, and the way I think gambling is fine, is you set aside just a budget and you say, this is money that I'm willing to lose. You're spending that money on the experience of going out and gambling. And if you make money, great. You've had a good day. But, like, you don't rely on that.
Yeah.
I think if you try to use gambling to make money, that's when you're running big risks and playing with fire. But I also don't think
Well,
that's
Yeah.
people gave
morally
I-
wrong. It's just a bad idea.
Okay.
Right.
Here's a question.
Ashton, I
Go ahead.
yeah. Oh, I was just gonna say I like Ashton's comments, but then you also run the risk of what defines gambling, right? Because then you've got loot boxes in games, which is predatory, and
Mhm.
and I would consider gambling, but a lot of those companies don't have to suffer the penalties of gambling laws, right? Continue,
I
Ori.
heavily agree with you on that, too.
Okay, so let's say that gambling as a concept is okay. Like, it's like recognizably, perhaps it's bad, maybe it's stupid, but it's ethically okay. Let's take one tiny little
I think
baby
it's
step
like
down
drinking.
a little bit more into practicality. When it comes to most forms of poker, and especially when it comes to gambling, you will convert money into some kind of chip or some kind of in-game, like not in-game currency, but some kind of currency that objectifies the amount of money that you're spending, right? Like a black chip is worth $1,000, whereas a blue chip is worth $10. And including in my experience, it can change the way that you look at it. It's so much easier to access
100%.
on purpose,
Mhm.
right? How
Yep.
do you feel about that? Do you think that's reasonable, potentially ethical, but odd or unsavory, or do you think that's just fucked up?
It's predatory for sure.
I don't think it is entirely predatory. I think that it has become predatory and has been leaned into heavily for that reason. But I think the original purpose, when you do have such varying denominations of currency to put down at a table, having a easier, quicker look at what your value is, be it color, be it size, shape, I think that's got a genuine objective purpose that's not hostile.
I do agree with you, but I also think like so much of it now is intentional and is predatory, and like Ashton was talking about, like there's so many different ways that the gambling industry is predatory because it has to make money, and it only makes money if you lose money, and so its motivation is purely to make you lose. So it's like it very much is predatory.
Yeah, they hire psychologists on tenure
Yeah.
for that exact reason. I agree with that. It's horrid. I think the worst culprit of all of that is Wall Street in general. I think the way that society has perpetuated the fact that we have to invest in publicly traded companies to get ahead is detrimental in all fronts. And I think that's such slightly, like, so casually slid into our pockets that it's horrible.
I kind of agree with you, but the problem is that
Ori is bored RN.
the only way to, like, that is an inevitable consequence of the society that we live in, because if you want to build a company, you need money, and the only way to prevent that is to say you can't invest in companies, and actually instituting that law is basically impossible. And like,
I'm not
then
saying
you have to say people who
invest-
invest in companies don't get returns. It's so hard to ever conceive of like removing that because it's so.
I
like,
don't think
it's
there's
such a natural
anything
consequence.
right. I don't think there's anything wrong with investing in a company. That's not my point. I think the point is how our economy has driven it such that if you don't invest in a company, or modern day also cryptocurrency, you kind of have to pick a side, and that's the only way you can our generation can survive in the long term, and I think that's the problem.
Yeah. I think that's less of an issue of those markets though, and more of an issue of a lot of the rest of the economy and the fact that you can't survive. Like, it's not an issue that those options exist. It's an issue that you can't survive without them. You know what I mean? I think that's the more critical
correct.
problem.
Yeah. Thank you for phrasing it the way I wanted it to. Yeah. Next topic, please.
I'm trying to find a way
We
to
need
make you
more
guys
food.
fight. I'm thinking
Hey,
about
Ori.
something.
Does
We
AT
keep
have
agreeing.
mechanics for tripping
Yeah.
people?
The problem is Trank and I are kind of on the same page about a lot of things.
Yeah, I think we're pretty similar.
God damn it. Okay, hold on. I okay, I feel like that one's gonna get very quickly too much into politics immense. I feel like that would very quickly slope into politics talking about Harry Potter.
I promise you, I can debate Harry Potter being objectively
can just
garbage
agree
without bringing
talking-
up politics.
Yeah, like we can agree about her and not J.K. Rowling. We can separate those two
Okay.
concepts.
Sure.
I feel.
Thoughts on Harry Potter then? Give it to me.
I think Harry Potter is a direct one-for-one ripoff of The Lord of the Rings
I
placed
want
into a
to see
magical
that
setting.
dungeon thing
The
again.
story is the same, the plot is the same, and the characters are the same.
I am not familiar enough with, nerd culture fail, but I'm not familiar enough with Lord of the Rings to actually know. I've never seen them. So
Do you-
I would have difficulty saying.
Do you know the hero's journey structure?
Ori,
Uh,
keep your mouth shut because you haven't seen Star Trek, so I don't want to hear it.
Okay, I never mind then.
No, yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with the hero's journey structure and stuff. I don't know because my understanding of Lord of the Rings is you have you have Bilbo Baggins, who was like the hero of The Hobbit, and he's old now, and he has the One Ring, which is from like ancient times, and it controls all the other rings, which are a bunch of powerful artifacts. And you have Gandalf, who is a very old wizard who worked with Bilbo originally, who now comes and talks to Frodo, who is like Bilbo's grandkid, I think, and they go to essentially bring the ring back to Mordor to destroy it, and on the way there's shit that happens, they meet people, there's war, there's elves, yada yada.
Yep.
I don't see the similarity from that understanding to Harry Potter, because I don't see in the structure of Harry Potter is not here's a clear goal, let's go do it. The structure of Harry Potter is, Harry is exposed to a new world. He's being
Ori, did
he is
you see the
representative
question
of the
I
viewer,
asked?
where he's learning about this
I need to
new
know for a
reality.
thing.
And it is a story of his it's sort of a destiny thing, and so I can kind of see that connection of like Harry and Frodo both kind of being like the chosen destined ones. But I think that's too common of a trope to call it like a direct copy, right? That's a common trope in a lot of things. So what is I'm curious what you see as like the more direct things on them.
Well, like I said, it is placed in a different realm, right? And it's not a one-to-one. It can't be a one-to-one. And it was a hasty generalization for me to say that they are the exact same. However, when you've got your destined hero character, like you said,
At Hale
you've got
underscore
your
the
powerful,
underscore this, hey, neither
wise,
have I.
overarching, person that is looked up to, Gandalf in Lord of the Rings. And you've got your best friend in Harry Potter. You have two, but they're your friends that are the actual heroes. They're the people that are actually progressing the story, not your main character. And it kind of all boils down to the concept that I hate this concept, but it unfortunately is going to help my case here. The 7 story like law, right? Where there are only 7 stories ever written, right? None of them you can't have any of the other 7. Let me look that up because they actually have names.
I mean, if you take 7 vague concepts and you can make a structure and force everything inside that structure. You know what I mean?
That's what I feel like.
Honestly,
yeah,
fair
I agree
point.
with that. I think a lot of the times when people try and say like, "Oh, there are no new stories," it's like if you overgeneralize everything, sure, but like if you get specific enough, then there absolutely are new ideas and new things that can be explored.
That's the theory, right? And I agree with you. I think there's when you get to niche plots, you break that mold. I hate it when people say, "Oh, there's only 7 plots," because that's not true.
I mean, it again, it can be if you flex the meaning of 7 plots abstractly. You know what I mean? You can say like, oh, there's only 2 types of stories, fantasy and non-fantasy. That's technically accurate, but it was a meaningless statement. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right.
I'm going to move this conversation over a little bit because it absolutely dawned on me, because I know, Volt, you were a part of this conversation. Trank, you were invited, but I don't know if you've seen all of it. And I think that this is something that everybody can get behind.
Why would it be a
to some
talent
extent.
and not an action?
Are you gonna make me mad?
Hopefully, what would magic as infrastructure look like? In a society where magic has been a constant in the world, what would be different in comparison to the world we live in today? What would the entertainment industry look like? What would production look like? What would language look like? What would privacy look like? Assuming that magic is just a constant.
Well, I think,
Sage.
what
Sorry,
did
I'm
you
just calling
say?
out Sage. Continue.
Oh, you're just calling out Sage. I think like I saw you start this discussion. I didn't read a lot of it. I feel like realistically magic would just fill in gaps, because I feel like we would want the same things. Humans are the same creatures, right? And
Yes.
so we're going to have the same desires. We're going to be driven by the same motivations. And so magic existing raises like the minimum level of sort of abundance, I feel, because magic is fundamentally uncontrollable most of the time. Like magic cannot be, you know, in the way that technology can, magic cannot be restricted. You can't charge me for magic if I can just do it. You know what I mean?
People
and
may
so
try.
It raises sort of the minimum. Sure, and you can charge me for like specialized stuff, but you can't stop me from just learning magic and doing it myself, which can kind of be said of technology. But I think generally the way that magic is perceived, first of all, magic typically does not have the same material requirements as technology, which cost a lot of money. And also magic does not have typically the same level of like knowledge required for at least a baseline, I think, in most representations. Obviously this is fuzzy because it's not real, but like in most representations, you know, to at least to get to like
be slightly more
a pretty
advanced.
solid base level of magic where like you can facilitate a lot of convenience in your life, doesn't require being like a sage in most representations. So like I feel like it would raise the minimum level of abundance. There'd be a lot less things you need to buy, because you would just have greater capability as an individual, which might have an impact economically, because like critical industries would be less critical. Stuff like food is like the food industry is super critical, and a lot of money goes to that because farming is not profitable because of the way that companies exploit farmers. But without getting into that too much, like farming is super critical, but it is a lot less critical with magic. If you can just produce food, then the farming industry becomes infinitely less critical.
Yes, I agree with Immense, and I'm glad Sage brought something up because I heavily disagree. So Sage said I would say absolutely nothing would change, except instead of tech, we have magic. Now, when I say a magic system, and I'm gonna use the mechanical premise of Utopia, because I think that's a magic system that we all intrinsically understand to some extent. So, assumingly, right, you can produce evocation, you cannot produce any material, but you can transmute a magical material into another material that way. And the reason why I say that I think that technology would not get replaced at all. I think that technology would still be in its same place. I think that the development of technology would become much, much faster. However, technology would never be replaced, is because in most cases, I would say in a lot of systems that I've seen, if nothing else, magic is often seen as very chaotic, right? It has a chaotic element to it. There's a lack of control and a lack of precision, and it's often non-renewed, right? So like when it comes to magic, in order for magic to take place in the form of like, you know, like, oh, I want to clean my room magically, you know what I mean? I have to be there doing that. I can't build a machine that casts a spell over and over and over again that keeps my room clean 100% of the time.
Tech is also
Depending
chaotic.
Tech can be chaotic, but tech can be precise as well. Magic seems to struggle against that. We still use a lot of tech that's technically outdated / surpassed by other technicality just because it's more stable. Yes, and that's more so what I mean in that sense. You you can produce stability through automation. And there's a point where an amount of magic that has been automated is just technology again, right? Like, technology is a blanket term. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But with that in mind,
I think magic very much becomes a facet of technology.
yes, I would say so. But I also think that magic would often be voided, especially, and this is one concept that I feel like makes me feel like this is kind of a slightly more intrinsic situation. In Utopia, you're able to spend DHP to make a spell permanent. In fact, it's the only way to make a spell permanent. So what happens if you're spending your lifeline, right? Like, you're spending years off your life on a non-negligible amount whenever you make something permanent. How is magic different? Magic is universally accessible, or not universally accessible. It takes tutelage and knowledge to understand the greater premise of it, but anybody could begin to learn it at least and teach it to themselves, similar to how you could teach yourself fighting. Or one of the analogies that I made was magic is kind of like electricity. Like, when we discovered electricity, all of the entire our entire world was revolutionized. You know what I mean? Everything changed and centered itself around electricity for every society that discovered how to utilize electricity. At one point, it was a fundamental facet of the gods, and another night, it was everything to us. And we utilize it with exact precision.
I think treating magic like electricity or gravity as like essentially a fundamental
Also, only
force
the rich will
is
learn
very
magic.
appropriate, because I do think that that's how it functions as another piece of reality. The rest of technology doesn't just disappear because there's one more thing, right? Technology is driven by humans being very curious, which is evolutionary, like, boilerplate into us. Humans seek, humans explore, humans are curious, and that has led to a lot of scientific advancement. That doesn't go away just because magic exists. It's another avenue for it, but like both will still be present. And also, I want to what Tranquil Spirit said. There's a lot of other reasons for that as well. It's not typically just because it's more stable. A lot of times it's because architecture is built around older things, which is another reason that technology would remain, and also a reason that I think it would be interesting to see how that plays into magic, because like Ori was saying, I think magic is much more ephemeral, magic is much more temporary most of the time. It doesn't lend itself to permanent institutions in the way that the physical material of electronics does.
At Hale _the_abyss,
so it'd be very
welcome to
interesting, I
memory
think, to
wiping
see the
spells.
difference in like in how that plays out, because it's difficult to say build a company based on magic because I can't produce magic and sell it to you. Magic is a service, not a good, right? Magic is a haircut, not a razor.
I disagree with that.
How's
That's what relics and stuff are. You know, when you can imbue things with magic, that immediately
but
becomes
I think that's
a product.
much more limited.
I think that there's
Okay,
like-
if
Because imbue happens once, delay happens
Okay.
once.
you're
At
you're
Hale
again, you're
_the_abyss,
taking
welcome.
Utopia's written rules literally, and that's the problem. If you take
I'm
them
trying
conceptually,
to
then
mostly, but
right, but and I understand that, but you can't. That's too much of a generalization, right? When you
well,
I don't know.
yeah, it
I-
depends on if
if
we're
you-
talking about magic purely or utopia, right? Because that is a specific difference. If we're talking about exactly utopia's magic system, very much what Ori said, where magic is temporary and can't be like permanently instituted. But magic in general, as a concept, I think often does have that. So it depends on which of those two is the conversation.
Well, I will say that in Utopia's lore and canon,
Nah.
even the people of Utopia do take these features literally, because these features that are written between the pages, you know, the features that you can use to produce a spell, are names that people in world would use, because they are facets that were generated in the fashion that they are. So spellcraft in Utopia is extremely convoluted. It is extremely it takes precision to make a specific thing happen, right? If you just cast a spell, which just pierces a hole in the aether, and you say, I want fire, you're gonna rain fire down and die to the stamina cost, because you did not resolve yourself or prepare yourself for that. So these features were actual mechanics put in place by ancient civilizations to make spellcraft modular on purpose.
but you open two gates there, right? Because that implies the existence of of magic that is wholeheartedly not controlled by the features herein listed, right?
Correct.
Which is fine, but then it's, you know, it
At
reintroduces my
hill_bit_abyss
arguments in
is
that
this not
conversation we were
accurate?
having, where it's no longer modular and controlled. Therefore, I will absolutely 100% die and probably evaporate into nothingness. But there's nothing stopping me from detonating the universe on accident.
For what it's worth, the way that it feels to me is that magic is an entity within a computer accessing the command line, right? It is, you are able to sort of fundamentally reach and modify the world around you. And the way that I always saw arcane arts was almost as like packages, where you're importing this specific list of features and particular instructions to do that in a controlled manner that won't kill you. And
Interesting.
So, like, yeah, that's kind of always the way that it's felt to me, where it's like you can just rip raw magic out your ass, but you can't handle it because it is like the world around you.
Here's my problem with that, and the fact that the AG is adding a artistry, the art of ritual, implies that there are unlisted packages, if we're using your analogy, that potentially hold unlimited power and you know, the capability of looping spells and casting spells from spells indefinitely, you know, and
Yeah.
I know that's kind of already a thing with delay, but yeah, and the problem with that, Ori, is if the characters in Utopia are using the physical words it's listed under the advanced spellcrafting guide, artifice is different. Hello, brain. Then you're introducing new pages as they go. How long in world until that system is so unbelievably complex that it no longer matters?
This is kind of the level of electricity that I would say, and I'm gonna facilitate an idea that might help against the what's stopping me from blowing up the universe, right? I think that there is a level of, yes, I gave the flashiest example possible, right? However, I think that more often than not, if you were to just rip a hole in the aether, you know what I mean, and expose the aether veil to the world, what's going to happen is you're going to die from exhaustion, and then it will automatically seal itself back up. You need a extremely specific set of effects to take place in a very specific order to create that level of destruction. Yes, you can create atom bombs. However, how often are you going to randomly come across a chemical compound and series of events that produces nuclear fission? Not very often, realistically. So not often, in fact, that over all of humanity's lifespan, we've only done it once, and we did it on purpose. Obviously more than once, but you get the point. We discovered it one time, and it was extremely on purpose. It's possible. There's always possibility to discover the next big thing, but it's just that. It takes extreme tutelage and understanding. What's stopping us from nuking cities? Nothing. We did. We did several times, and then we stopped. There's always access to that power, but it's rarely ever going to be access that one person could just stumble across. You know what I mean? When it comes to the way that features come together, where these features are generated by creatures, it's that same thing. It means that somebody in-world was researching and developing these modular structures that we use today. And to me, it's similar to electricity once more, whereas it's rare to come by, but people come up with logic gates, or people come up with modular pieces that are greater than a logic gate, but still useful in some modular capacity, right? People discover these things. At what point do fundamental logic gates and the things that they produce become no longer meaningful? When they don't mean anything to you. They always have a use. The question is, does the use outweigh the practical implication of it, in my opinion?
I also think a good comparison is the Carianites from Doctor Who, if you know what I'm talking about in regards to this.
I don't, but continue.
I do.
I mean, that's pretty much the end of the... Basically, Carianites in Doctor Who old lore of basically before they made time a thing, is really weird. There's a lot of magic in Doctor Who. It pretends to be a sci-fi show. It's not. But the Carianites are one of those old races And the comparison drawn is man used math and numbers to split the atom. Karyonites use words. So Karyonites literally channel like intention and magic through words in a way that like modifies space around them. And I think that is probably the best comparison in a way that it is like, it is a mathematical
Oh, I remember them.
language through magic. Like it is precise and it is specific, and you could, like Ori was saying, you could stumble upon, you could be William Shakespeare. William Shakespeare is the example, right? He's the one that just like stumbled into all of it. He's rare.
Adam
You know what I mean?
Senator
So like
4,
that
I'm
example
having
that you're
fun.
describing of like, what if I just stumble into, all powerful? That's William Shakespeare. But it's not common that happens. You know what I mean?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, no,
it's so-
my argument was not that it was common or something that would ever happen in 100 trillion lifetimes, but it's the fact that it's possible that
Yeah,
breaks that system.
I don't think it breaks
think
the
it breaks
system.
the
I think it's just true. It is true. Somebody could stumble upon and blow up the universe one day. That's just a natural possibility that happens. You as a person could accidentally discover a way that we were unaware of to make antimatter fuse with matter and create an explosion big enough to destroy Earth. It's possible. Will you ever?
We know
No.
how
yeah.
antimatter and matter fuse.
Or that was a bad example. Some form of
It was a
antimatter.
bad example.
Some form of concoction, some way to manually convert matter into energy in something that would have a weight so strong it would destroy the Earth. You know what I mean? There are methods and things, there's chemicals that can come together. You can just put a component A with component B and cause immense and massive destruction as a real life person. You won't. And I won't. None of us will.
Yeah.
It is
also
so
is a little bit of
mathematically
entropy theory.
improbable.
Yeah, entropy.
But even beyond that, I'm gonna move the conversation a little bit more so out of the abstract, hopefully, to a conversation that's been erupting in chat. Government control. How strong would government control be in a world where magic is utilized? And I'm actually very much in disagreement with Immense, especially under the
No
assumption that
difference.
magic is something that you can learn, right? If magic is something that you can actively learn, and magic has more output than it does have preventative measures, in my opinion. More often than not, magic is not good at oppressing. It's very good at output, though, which is a very, very bad thing for government control. Like, if a government wants to
Yeah,
control
so
something, it needs something that redirects or nullifies, rather than something that creates an output.
So my
I-
perspective on this is guns, essentially. It is that I don't think the government in this world would have the capacity to physically prevent you from doing.
Or
the
engineers that
things,
want to make
right?
a bomb.
Like you could do them. Anybody could do them, and I don't think the government has the physical capability to stop that from happening.
I don't think that's
However, interesting. How so?
because if magic is progressing at the same rate technology is, I'm taking Ori's word literally here for benefit of this argument.
Sure.
Technology would be advanced to the point where it would be capable of detecting, suppressing, and manipulating magic incoming.
This assumes that it's possible to just suppress magic, which I don't think in Utopia's system we know of existing.
The way that it
There's
specifically
hexproof.
works, there's hexproof, which prevents you
There's
from
hexproof.
casting a spell, but it does not end an existing spell. This is the important part. Magic in Utopia system is specifically strengthened by only time. The longer the spell has been around, the harder it is to uproot it. And that's the only thing. That's it. There is not a single effect that I could call upon to myself right now that ends an existing spell without refuting how long that spell has been around or responding to that in some way. You can mass cancel spells, but spells also have a way to protect themselves even beyond that point.
I do actually, I forgot about Hexproof. That is a very good point. I think it would be a thing where I don't think every citizen would just be like hard controlled, because although it's a big force, I think again it is comparable to guns. We as I as a human being, I can just walk out and kill a bunch of people. I have the ability to do that if I really wanted to. Like every single human being has the capability to just go commit mass homicide. We don't, you know what I mean? And it's partially because there are laws against it, and if you violate those laws, then you lose your freedoms. And presumably in the case that you violated a law using magic, or just in general, you would probably be permanently bound with some kind of hexproofing, probably even after release, right? There'd be, I'm sure, sanctions around when and if, perpetrators of magical crime are allowed to do magic again. How, how do they prove that they're able to go back to that? But I think in terms of control for just those who have not yet committed a crime and like citizens, I think it would primarily just be law. I think it would just be like, you are not allowed to do XYZ. And I think the laws surrounding it would have to be most comparable to cybercrime as opposed to guns, because guns work in one very specific way, whereas both with cybercrime and with magic, there's such a wide variety of things that you could do.
Force
and so
a child to sign I never will use magic.
Would be most comparable to that, where it's like
cybercrime is
there's
very
be
good
new
analogy.
discoveries constantly. You're going to have a new attack vector. You're going to have somebody who comes up with a new magical crime, because there's so much potential within magic, and they just have to get addressed and just like you have to add new laws after every incident. Like it, you know what I mean? It's red team, blue team.
I agree with that, but
I have these constant problems.
Yeah, I think the difference though there is in a world of magic, litigation isn't a multi-year long process. It's a few hours at best.
Yeah, it would have to be.
And I think the fact that magic exists would expedite that. Being able to detect used magics and being able to analyze somebody numerically for their capacity and ability to destroy or break law. And back to the whole main topic, Sage, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I don't think society would change a lick. I think speed have changed.
Yeah, I agree with
But
Trent.
I do think primarily most of society would be the same. I think there's differences essentially in the fact that there's a new force that has to be contended with, but I think everything that has happened in society outside of magic will have still happened.
Yeah, it changes not fundamentally, but superficially.
I mean, not necessarily, right? I can see a world where magic would have unlocked, I guess, new forms of government outside of our established, 6 well-documented ones.
Because you could have single rulers that live for excessive periods of time.
That's another thing.
Yeah,
this is a huge part of it. You just reminded me. Healthcare with magic. People live a lot longer.
Yeah, it'd be so socialized healthcare by default.
Yeah. I mean, assuming that you're able to cast a spell that people could learn through their own means without tutelage or with tutelage, I mean, chances are I would assume that healthcare would be a relative standard at that point. That's not to say that aging ends.
I don't even think it would exist. You have the ability to just learn to heal. Like, this would be the equivalent of if there was, on the internet, there's a Google Doc and it tells you, hey, here's the spell that cures your cancer. Like, healthcare doesn't exist anymore.
That's not true. Let me bring up a topic I just thought of. What happens? Humans are adapting to antibiotics. What's to say that viruses and diseases don't adapt to the usage of magic over time? Because in a system where that's such commonplace, there's nothing stopping biology from adapting to that magical healing.
Well, cancer doesn't adapt. But
I'm not talking about cancer specifically by any means.
There are mechanics in places like Utopia, like curses, and specifically diseases that do not interact with magic in any way. Magic cannot thwart them. It has no commonplace other than building the manual technologies necessary to combat it in some way. And these are open-ended. Like if you want to get in the mechanics, curses and diseases are purely GM fiat. And they're generally environmental, right? They're not something that a creature produces in some way. They are, they just happen because the world was built that way. There's a curse that has unraveled itself into the world. You know what I mean? So on and so on. But I'm interested in how longer lifespans would modify history in such a way.
Yeah, I think you'd have a lot more examples of people like, not god figures, but like Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan. You'd have a lot more examples of people like that, I feel, where it's like single extraordinary individuals being lauded, because magic is a way to elevate your personal power in a way that doesn't really exist otherwise. Magic is a way that you can be objectively like a more powerful human being just base than somebody else in a way that like in reality is pretty much just physical strength and like combat capability, which only goes so far. Magic goes a lot further.
I feel like
Also-
there'd be fewer.
Really?
Yeah, because when everybody's capable of such powerful magics, you know, when you see a new headline in the news that's so and so discovered such what, okay, great, they discovered, you know, an equivalent thing a few weeks ago. It's just a different, you know, element. Like,
Well, I would agree
okay,
in the modern setting, but in historical context, because specifically, if I have lived for longer than you, I have had more time to get better at magic than you. And I will be able to do more extraordinary things than you. And that effect will only snowball the longer I live and the more extraordinary things I do. And I will also be able to have more accomplishments in my individual life than any human in regular history. Also,
Sure,
something
but-
that I think should be considered is the potential of an oppression of technology, because we've talked a lot about how like magical development and technological development can go hand in hand, and they definitely can. But I think there's also a potential that if you have somebody who is, you know, in medieval times a king who is very magically powerful or something to that effect, I think it's entirely possible, not necessarily that it will happen, but possible that an individual or even an organization like that is powerful and magically backed might prevent intentionally the progress of technology as much as possible. They might try to like keep that down because that is a way that removes power from them. That is a way that brings,
Well, maybe with
because
Lich
technology doesn't care about your lifespan or who you are. Everybody can use technology the exact same. I can press the button that launches a nuke just as well as anybody else, whereas magic doesn't work like that.
I think magic would help prevent individual evils, but group effort evil, like massive corporations standing against concepts, would still be a struggle point in a world filled with magic. An individual, a dictator of sorts, would be under a lot more threat in a world of magic than a corporation. And that's just because, you know, like if the French Revolution, imagine how quickly those would be resolved. I say those because they happen every week. If magic existed.
Yeah, that's also a good point, because it's like direct strikes are much more potent.
Right.
Like something like World War II, as an example, you know, you don't have to deal with military strategy nearly as much because big figureheads and generals are so easy to directly target, especially with stuff like divination. Like,
yeah.
Well, there's a lot of ways to
So that
thwart
is
divination. There's actually
Yes, but
more
it's
ways
still-
to thwart divination than to overcome them, at least currently.
no, for sure, but it is still easy. Like, you know, World War II, World War I. World War II is a good example because it has, you know, it has Hitler, who is the one person, more or less, at least in terms of like as the front of that movement, where it's like, yes, maybe he, you know, presumably he has shrouding, right? You can't just divine where is Hitler right now, but like you can divine around him.
Yes,
in a
that
way
is
that
correct.
allows you to work out a lot more about his location than you could otherwise,
Oh, yeah.
especially at the time. And like you also have the capability to directly harm him in a much more potent way than in reality, and in a much
And
more,
that's
like,
so true. You know,
Yeah.
like when you've got enough mages, you know where somebody is because you know where they're
because
not.
you know where they're not. Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, and I think that's the nature. I think this follows technological production as well. Again, it is harder to oppress magic than anything, right? You need a vastly higher quantity of manpower to genuinely oppress. And a mechanical example I have of this is that we've talked about hexproof, right? Making hexproof in a large area is so unreasonably expensive, it lands in place with a Hadron Collider. You know what I mean? You're not going to put a Hadron Collider everywhere. That form of brute force oppression is never going to work because just the sheer number of magic users will be able to overcome this ability. activity. You know what I mean? So you have to have a clever form of oppression that, like, for instance, goes back in the roots, such as censorship, making people believe that magic is not possible, preventing them from learning it in the first place. Even though it is accessible to them, you make them believe it's not. That's the way that tyranny would have to be produced, in my opinion. Because magic being accessible, and the early forms, we're talking about novice versus adept versus expert magics. And I'm going to talk about, because people did explain it's a very good example. Just because we have the internet doesn't mean everybody knows calculus. But you can learn calculus on your own. You can figure it out. It may not be industry standard level calculus. You may have some of the vernacular wrong, but you can utilize calculus in some proportional format because of the internet. Magic in the system that we're talking about, and this is a system that was just kind of decided for the sake of debate, right? Like, we have to land on something in order to talk about it. Magic has its way of teaching you forward, right? Like, magic teaches you because you do a thing, it works a certain way, and then you learn how to go from there. There's enough in the atmosphere, metaphorically, for you to discover the next steps. Can a person learn alteration on their own? Yes. Is it hard? Yes. It is hard, but it's extremely possible. You can do it if you are interested in doing that on your own with nobody's help. And for that reason, I don't think government's oppression, at least in the brute force dystopian tactics that are being mentioned a few times, is reasonable. It's not going to happen. Simply put, the output is better than the negation.
I think that does also rely on people understanding the possibility, like you mentioned. Also, I want to reply to Sage. Sage is saying, you know, in regards to what we were talking about militaristically, that it's not any different from snipers. I think that's incorrect, because snipers, like I was talking about earlier, guns work one way. Guns work where I point it at you and then you die. You can control for a sniper a lot easier than you can control for the myriad of ways that magic can endanger you. Also, Sage mentioned hexproof plus radiating. There's still more ways you can get information. You know, I'm not talking about like, oh, I know this person's with Hitler, I ask where they are, I know where they are now. But it's like, you know, for instance, if I am monitoring the movements of various people, and suddenly some of them aren't able to be divined, I know they're now hexproofed, and I can start to build up networks of like, where do people go when they get hexproofed, right? So if you have hexproof and radiating, I can kind of know the area in which you
it's
have
easy
that
to do and has not
item,
been disproven.
because I know where people drop off my radar. Like there are ways to use that negative information to figure out that kind of thing.
And you can do the exact inverse, right? On the hexproof part of things too. You don't need to hexproof the entire building. You need to hexproof the parts that are vulnerable.
Yeah. So it's an information war in terms of divination, and there are definitely, like, I think on the scale of that, divination allows for at least access to more information and more knowledge than we had in reality at the time of World War II, right? Like, you have more access to that. It's not omnipotent, but it's a substantial advantage, I think, that allows for those kind of dictatorial figureheads to be a lot weaker of a force than they were in reality. And again, like, it's a lot easier to control for snipers or long-range missiles than magic. Long-range missiles, you have detection for. Snipers, you have, you know, bulletproof glass. Like, there's only so many ways that shoot the explosive at you can manifest.
Ashton, I don't think that's true. Sorry.
Magic is a lot more
you,
complicated. Oh no, you're good. What was Ashton?
I don't think all war is information war. I think modern war is information war. I think anything World War II and past is that. However, I don't think that was the case.
It was the case, at least in ancient times. Because, I mean, like, The Art of War, the book The Art of War is about psychological warfare.
Okay, yeah. No, you're right. My point is, we threw a lot more troops at the wall than we did brain cells. Yes, they were used. Yes, we still had to have tactics and ways of manipulating our opponent. That didn't exist. But the amount of bloodshed compared to information hasn't been the same.
Yeah, like,
there was an info war.
Information was always important, but times where information flipped the script, right? Times where information overcame something are notable because they were the minority. A lot
No,
of the
100%.
times, the people with more money and therefore metal and more resources, they were gonna win.
Yeah,
Most
I
of the-
agree with Immense 100%. Like World War II was really the set,
Mhm.
the like standard
World War II
for
and the
when
Cold
it
War.
became info.
Yeah, no, I can
Cold
see
War
that.
very much so. Yeah.
It definitely got modernized, but information has always been a bipartisan
Yes.
fact of war, in
Just
my
less
opinion.
so.
Yeah, no, that makes
Yes.
sense. I mean, like, even back down to, like, 1776, right? Like, the Independence War of the U.S. The U.S. troops were extremely outnumbered, excessively, but they used information tactics via guerrilla warfare. You know what I mean? The British didn't know where they were. And the US troops use the fact that they know the terrain like the back of their hand to their advantage to defeat what is a 10x financial and physical army.
And like I said, times when that happened are lauded as impressive
Yeah.
because they're the exception.
No, that's fair.
History is always only told from the victor, and we have to
That's
keep
fair.
that in mind here too more than ever.
That is
And
fair.
that would be more than the case in a magic infested world. Because when you've got memory manipulation spells,
Oh, yeah.
even
Boring.
even if the war has not ended, your people believe it has. We see that nowadays in the Russia-Ukraine war. That I'm actually turning this into a podcast, and I don't mean to. I'm sorry, Ori.
No, that's
like,
okay. That's
genuinely,
kind of the idea.
Yeah, when you've got that memory manipulation, it becomes yeah, I think
It
you've got to
becomes
fight
the
that on
full
both sides.
1984.
Yeah,
Marvin, I'm
great.
gonna say two things that are popping up in chat. First of all, the contracting does
Galaxy
not
is
work,
right.
Mens. I don't know if
Welcome
that's
to the Myra cast.
I don't know if that's exactly what you're trying to refer to when you say that you have a disprovable form of oppression, or non-disproven form of oppression. Contracting does not work. There are so many ways around contracting; it's not even funny. And the other thing that I want to say to Marvin, is. The negative info part is actually also really interesting, especially in the field of magic. So, like, you've talked about how you can divine information around a shrouded subject. You can also falsify, not the mechanical falsify, but create instances. If you can guess what they're going to divine, right? You can create misinformation from afar by engineering situations that you expect to be divined to taint the water.
That it's still so easily to disprove with enough mages and enough negative
Yeah,
space.
it's a fact of like if I have, if I have whatever, depending on how much areas in your capital, right?
Sure.
Let's say I have one mage for every 10 square meters of your capital. So that's probably a couple thousand mages, right? Which if I'm a government going to war, that's not an unreasonable force for me to possess.
Sure.
I can monitor you can create misinformation, but I can just have such an excessive quantity of data on your capital city that
and combined with technology and the ability to compute that data at such an exhaustingly fast rate, it would be no contest.
the disinformation is absolutely something you can do, and it absolutely works on certain scales, and it might even it will slow down the rate at which you're found, but it is less power. The ability to obfuscate information while on a 1-to-1 scale is more powerful than the ability to gain information. It is less powerful when you're looking at a large scale, because you can only falsify so much information, and I can just access blanket all of the information I need.
My algorithm will calculate correct.
And also, again, it's a thing of this is specifically in reference to how it would change things. I'm not saying it would be a complete and total end all be all, but it makes big figureheads, it makes dictators, it makes those kind of governmental structures much weaker because it is so much easier to target individuals like that.
That makes sense. No, I think it does change the scope of war by a lot, especially because of like I feel like the quote unquote information phase of war would have happened a lot earlier due to divination
Yes,
just
I
being
agree.
such an extreme counterpart. You know what I mean? It's so valuable. That's one of the things I usually say about Utopia mechanically is that Utopia is focused around the idea of how insanely powerful information is. Because if you can discover weaknesses from afar, that's a lot to manage. And it's also why Utopia now has misinformation applicabilities, right? Like there are abilities that just allow you to send back the wrong answer against divination. And it's specifically designed to cloud the water.
I think the only way that you would in a system, and clouding the water is great, but the only way you're going to have a system that allows a 1 to 1,000 ratio to be fair is with man in the middle. If you've got somebody that can intercept and predetermine what a divination spell is to tell your mages what to counter or falsify, that's the only way you're ever going to be able to keep up. And even then, it's a game of numbers. And the more packets you can send into the system, it's going to overload it.
Yeah.
For the system
now,
can
I mean, given the way that Falsify functions is very virus encoded, right? Sage, I agree. Yes, if there's anti-bullet tech, there will be anti-magic tech. However, there are bullets that pierce everything we've created. There is such thing as bullets that are not stopped. You know what I mean? And we will create a way to stop them, but sooner than that, we will create the bigger bullet. But there are countermeasures to magic, even currently modernly existing and expecting in the future as well. But beyond that, the way that a falsify works is that there is a generic way for a falsify to work, and there's a way around it. But I think the way around it is clever. Like, even with 1,000 people, a 1,000-person army can still fail against a 1 to 1,000 ratio if the 1,000 uses it incredibly improperly or with extreme ignorance, right? There's always a way, assuming there's an extreme gap in skill or knowledge, in my opinion, right? So like, for instance, if you have 1,000 mages to my one single person able to falsify, if you use your targeting systems wrong, I can falsify all of the information by myself without any cost to myself. You know what I mean? But that's just based on your targeting records. I can dilute your entire pool of data, no matter how exhaustive it is, if you use it wrong.
Doesn't falsify only apply if I am divining about you?
Yes, or if I'm within the targeting radius. So if you ask a question about a city and I'm in that city, I can falsify it.
Sure, but you'd have to essentially be constantly doing that perfectly, because the posited idea is basically that there is a grid of mages covering the city in individual chunks, and like you have to avoid creating a single anomaly. You have to avoid creating any moment that looks like a blip on the system. Any moment where a person disappears. Any moment where a single point of data doesn't look as expected.
I agree with you, but that is a competent targeting system, in my opinion. That's an extremely competent targeting system.
Okay, here's my argument to that. And look at bees. You know, this is such a weird analogy. This is where my brain decided to go. Or Zerg, if anybody's played StarCraft. I can throw, I will defeat, I don't care how incompetent, useless, and meaningless my mages are. If I have enough of them, I can DDoS your system.
I tried to bring up
Also,
the greater
Mervin,
art.
no, you cannot. That doesn't work, because like the way that is being, you can only affect the divination that is targeting you. So if there's a bunch of anomalies that you are influencing on the divination targeting you, I know where you are now, because the anomalies are where you are. You cannot influence the divination in the other part of the city. It's not affecting you. You can't do anything about it. And so like creating those, like you creating a bunch of anomalies does give me meaningful data.
The power that spies as divination targets for your team, like placed in a city, would be so powerful. That'd be incomprehensibly powerful. Because if you set your divination target to them, you can weed out those anomalies one by one.
I'm actually so interested in seeing how a war would go. Like just like a genuine war with divination strategies where you have a number of men, you can consult an amount of manpower to do whatever you want. What a war would look like.
Another thing I think that would evolve in a world like this is I think generational wealth becomes a much bigger problem because it stops being a family and it starts being a person. Because you have one person who can have been alive from, you know, substantially far in the past, who has companies, who has influence, who has power. Like, you have the capacity for these incredibly powerful forces of individuals to exist. And socially and economically, those people can exert, like, such incredible pressure.
My only argument to that is that people will live longer. Yeah, we discovered that. But that also means that the population would be significantly lower. You know, people wouldn't be having 3 or 4 kids when they're in their 20s or 30s. They'd have 3 or 4 kids over the span of 100 years.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So that generational wealth might be more, but in the grand scheme of how many generations have been covered by that wealth, it's significantly less.
Yes, but it's less the point of how many generations are covered and more the point of how many years are covered, right? My interest rates, to compare it, are not based on generations. They're based on years. So I think that, like, if I have been alive for a couple hundred years, I have had a couple hundred years worth of making money. I have had a couple hundred years worth of talking to people, of building connections, of establishing power in the world. Like, we have the... We have this happen with people even with our lifetimes, right? Like, we have people who instantiate themselves and fester in wealth and power and consolidate it around them. If you have longer lifetimes, you're just going to have even more of that. No, Sage, I'm not... Interest rates were not specifically the thing I'm talking about. I'm just talking about, like, as a comparison of, like, the ability to accrue power and wealth and influence is based on time, not based on generation.
I think it's just a scale. I don't think that would actually genuinely change that much.
Interesting. I do want to talk about something, just to throw something out that's been talked about in chat a lot. I'm aware of the greater arts. The greater arts do not work like normal magic. They're not something that, like, yes, first of all, memory manipulation is a greater art. So put that in the scale with that. Teleportation is a greater art. One thing that's really funny about magic, at least in this system, is magic is really bad at location. It's really bad at transit. It's really difficult to use at long ranges. Technology is extremely more capable of transit, right? So, like, casting a spell that traverses miles and miles and miles is really fucking expensive, and there's not a lot of exponential means that I can use to make that better. There are some, but needless to say, greater magics in general are extremely non-reusable. That's not to say they're not to be used in any way, but they are not nearly as replenishable and reusable in the format that normal magics are.
So
I'm gonna disagree with Sage real quick. It's definitely not easier to teleport with science compared to magic. We don't know how to teleport with science. I'm just gonna disagree with you on that really quickly. That's definitely not true.
This is exactly what I wanted to bring up just now. Quantum mechanics, genuinely quantum mechanics would allow you to cast a spell on one side of the globe and have it affect something on the other side of the globe instantaneously. We've already proven that we can instantly, like, beyond light speed, transmit data through quantum mechanics. Why can't we do and magic is data, is it not? So why can't we do the exact same thing with magic?
It's entirely plausible that I can have an entangled pair, through quantum entanglement, like Marvin said. I can have an entangled pair of particles where I have one that is next to a delay spell, and that delay spell is observing the particle for, you know, a state collapse or a change or anything of that sort. And so I can instantly trigger that delay spell from wherever I have the other half of the entangled pair.
Yeah, I think technology is just realistically always just going to be better at that. Technology, because technology...
Galaxy.
No, I think they are grouped. But I think that making a device that does that thing is cheaper, easier, and more reproducible than having a person to do that thing. And spells only ever come from a person, if that makes sense. So having a technological recreation of that spell makes it immediately and ultimately more sustainable at the end of the day.
Hold on.
Yeah, but that's less the thing of transit and more the thing of like we talked about earlier, the fact that
No, that's fair.
technology kind of subsists beyond the individual.
That's fair.
Yeah, and also you can create creatures, can you not?
What's that?
We can create creatures, can we not?
Yes, you can.
Constructs of some kind. And would they not be capable of casting magic? They have stamina and DHP and a mind score.
With the components.
Yes, they would be, absolutely. However,
Okay,
those creatures also have a will. They
That'd
are
get expensive.
excessively
Not
chaotic in comparison. No, they don't have free will, but they do have a will, which means that if they misconstrue
Yeah,
or
but a will-
misunderstand, or for instance, if you push a creature over, you say, no matter what you do, under all circumstances, it has no free will, you control it, you command it. You say, under all circumstances, you cast this spell in this format, and I push it over, it'll break.
What do you mean push it over?
Like if I physically change its space and it knows to cast the spell of the item in front of it, let's say, and I push it over and there's a different item in front of it. I mean, that's, I guess, the same with computers, huh? Computers will do the same
Yeah,
thing.
that's what I'm saying. You're describing exactly how computers work. They do exactly what you told them, and if you don't, that's what programming language is.
That's
that's pretty fair.
What I was trying to get to. You created a satellite, like you're creating a satellite network. You point your construct up at a construct that's in space. When it gets hit with a spell, it casts that spell. It casts that spell.
Yeah. The ability to create constructs that can cast spells is just a compute. Like that's the internet. Like you can. That's just computational devices able to perform specific tasks.
That's actually
So
pretty
the-
fair.
I think that is very comparable.
No, that makes sense. I get where you're coming from with that. So at the end of the day, we're making a delay spell computer with a computer from Redstone. It's feasible, but impractical to produce in survival. Yeah.
It's a lot more feasible with constructs. It's a lot more
Yeah.
feasible because they can have a lot more complex behavior than a delay spell.
Oh
if
yeah,
I
no,
make a bunch
100%.
of constructs, I can control, like, each of those constructs can essentially be, as opposed to a logic gate, they can be entire, like, chips.
Yeah. No, 100%. They absolutely can. Sage is saying the second sun wasn't necessary. What are we talking about? What?
He's talking about the bombs we dropped on Japan.
Oh. I don't know what this is in reference to, and I think this is getting more realistic than we needed to do.
I agree.
I think so. Relative conclusion,
Agreed.
not complete conclusion. Who cares if I can only use it once? I don't need a second nuke because okay. Oh, you're using an analogy here. Okay. When it comes to the greater arts, first of all, there are not creatures that know Mirrormancy. There just aren't. There might be one. You know what I mean? And frankly, they're not fighting their war for you. This is not like I'll just use Mirrormancy. It's like, yes, I would love a device that could just flatten any country I decide for it to. We would all win the war if we had that. None of us have that. You know what I mean? That's the entire idea. Greater Magics is not something that people just have. You know what I mean? If somebody has Greater Magics, chances are they live on another fucking plane of existence because they have the Greater Magics capable of doing so. They're not fighting your puny wars. You know what I
Wait,
mean?
what the fuck are greater magics? I'm missing context here. Is this
so-
from Among Gods?
Yes, it is Among Gods level. So Greater Magics is where you unlock teleportation. It's where you unlock chronomancy, or what's known as mirrormancy. It's where you unlock more exponential range effects, more exponential wake effects, where you can target more at once, and so on and so on. Where instead of having a linear cost, you have a multiplicative result, if that makes sense. You get exponentials out of it, so that you can target things like planets. But like I said, you're hitting a point where you're not inside a warscape anymore. You're talking about literal gods. Yes, if a god came down during your war's over. It doesn't matter what happens.
I think that does also play more into what I was saying earlier about individuals being able to accrue wealth and power. If you have an individual who, because those are gods in terms of strength, but they began as humans and they have human interests, and like that
I don't
level
think
of
that's
thing,
true.
I think you don't think that's true?
I think very much so that after you've accumulated enough power explicitly in a system with magic, and you understand more about the universe, you no longer give a rat's ass what the humans are fighting about. You're in it for yourself or to figure out what's
Maybe.
past it.
I
do
that
think
depends on the individual.
I think that that also heavily depends on the contextual gains, right? What do you get out of a bunch of humans? Is there just somewhere that's more lucrative
Does
for
that
you?
item I conceptualized count as
By the way,
greater
is
magic
Among Us,
level
like,
stuff?
Is there a draft?
I can
anywhere?
only think of a dozen
Yes,
people
not a
that
thing?
on
can slash would
Patreon
have
there's
slash
an
music.
AG2, but there's not a lot. Like the greater magics aren't even in that document yet. There are some species and there's a handful of talents and stuff like that. But the greater magics is more just a conversation topic at this moment.
Gotcha.
I think people just know that chronomancy is in the greater magics.
Where is it in Patreon?
Hold on, let me go take a peek. If you
There's
search up
usually-
the tag Among Gods, I think that it has the tag Among Gods. I think it's the only one.
I see the live technical manuscript, but I don't see a link to anything.
Oh, I forgot the desktop is whack. I learned about this actually today. For some reason, only on mobile you can click the link to actually go to the document.
That's so fucked. Why is it like that?
I have no idea, but I'm gonna try to fix that right now.
That's so funny.
I don't like it. I don't want it. Okay, let's do that, and let me go
But you
find.
may give a rat ass about the resources of a nation or care about certain people would still reasonably have reasons to fight. And I disagree wholeheartedly.
About
No,
was it-
because
could you-
once I understand enough about the cosmos and if we're going mirror myth explicitly, if I'm powerful enough to know that there's a realm above this one where somebody is controlling me, I couldn't care less. Explain to me why I would give a shit about
I
why
think
the
that's
humans
so
are fighting.
individual, though. That's personal, and you can't assume that every single person who reaches that state will think the same way you do. There are people who will, like, still care. There are people who will still be
You're
driven
right.
by other things that they believe in from being human, and still have, like, there might be people who reach that stage and go mad, or there might be people who just want.
You're right.
There are
Take
so
over
many
a
different
planet, have them
responses
pray
to
to
that
your altars
that,
for more
like,
power to do more
you can't
things.
just assume everyone will react the same way.
And you're right. You're right. I'm explicitly calling out the human need, right? Or like the need to follow human instinct. That I understand that everyone's going to react differently, but for every 100 that reach that level of understanding of the universe, one of them will care enough to stay behind and deal with what the humans deal with.
What
For
you
sure,
guys are
but
talking
the point
about
is those people will exist.
What you guys are debating right now is the strongest fundamental godly force. That is the dichotomy, the argument being had against the two strongest creatures in Mirror Myth. That's exactly what's it.
It's Volt and I.
Yes, that's exactly who. Have you guys heard of the
But
Nexus
yeah,
Soul
like, that is-
BG? No, just kidding.
Yeah, like that is those people will exist. And also it's a thing of, like, I don't know, if you learn that there's a fundamental disconnect between your reality and your expectation of it, the two ways to respond to that are, like you mentioned, to sort of go into existential desire.
Red pill or
and to
blue
sort of-
pill?
Kind of, yeah. Kind of red pill or blue pill. But I think the difference with that is in the context of red pill and blue pill, Neo is being told, not there are layers above your reality. Neo is being told your reality is fake. You are a person of this higher reality.
Okay.
Being stuck here. You are
Okay.
in a prison, and everyone you love is in prison. In a false
Okay.
reality made for someone else's benefit. That, I think,
Okay.
is a different context to being told there exists a higher plane of existence. You're not in prison. This is
Trank
just your
seems
realm of
traitor with
existence.
Bolt as
but there
doctor
exist
based on
others.
the answer
I think
you
the
gave
context of that
before.
is very different. Because when you're told you're imprisoned, there's anger. There's, like, you've been wrong.
Yeah,
And there's a desire to fix it.
That's just your emotional response. It's still the same concept.
Yes,
It's
but
still
emotional response
reaching
is
into
a
that fourth
part of how
dimension.
humans, for sure. But emotional response, we're talking about how people will respond to the situation. Emotional response is very much a part of that.
Oh yeah, but that's how you present it. That's how you discover it. You're right. There's no way to tell. But the concept of learning that there is an otherworldly plane above this one, that someone's controlling me, your two reactions are in a world with magic, cast memory manipulation on yourself to forget that you learned that and go back to the way things were, or lean into it, learn more about it, and fight for it, fight against it.
But there is a third up. You can go back to the reality you were in without forgetting.
I don't think there's a creature alive on this earth who has the existential willpower to ignore that. I don't think there's genuinely anyone on the planet that has the existential willpower to withstand that.
I don't think
Well,
it takes
it's not
existential
ignoring.
willpower.
It's
It's
just a priority. It's
Yeah.
deciding that fighting this existential war, devoting your entire existence to it, is less important to you than the people you care about, your relationships, your home. It's priority. It's deciding what's important to you. It's not about ignoring. It's just about.
I'm not. Okay. Let's be clear. I'm not saying like somebody would immediately, upon learning that, pick a choice. People would think about it. They would take time to react. But you can't not react. It might
No.
take years, decades, but you cannot not react.
I think you don't not react, but you do just sit in it and say, okay, I'll stay where I am. I do not want to change the status quo. I will be aware of it and I will understand it.
Yeah.
And
Like, I think
move
it is
not forward.
You can accept it. It's a thing you can accept. That like this, like for instance, it's a thing that like if you believe in the existence of any kind of god, whether you're religion, whatever, if you believe in the existence of any form of higher power, you implicitly are already accepting that reality. You're accepting that you exist.
I wonder
on
what the
some
clones have done to tackle it,
lower
because
level
they
of
certainly
reality
have.
compared to something else. And even if you don't accept that reality, like if you don't believe in God, there are a lot of people who do accept that reality. And like it's not infeasible to say that you could just accept that reality and just accept that you exist on a layer below something else, and just that is the world you live in. That is your life. That is where the people you care about live, and that's where you make your life. I think people could accept that. Some people.
I don't think acceptance is the same thing as a response.
I think acceptance is a response.
I said, yeah.
That's what I'm not. No, that's what I'm trying to say. Is I don't think it is a response.
I mean, the responses that you're describing are, rather than acceptance, they're rebellion, right? You're describing responses of either choosing to forget, rebelling against the knowledge, or choosing to fight back, rebelling against the concept itself, right? Those are both responses of rejection. They're responses of refusing to accept, right? Either refusing to accept that you live with that knowledge, or refusing to accept that situation and fighting against it. But you also can just accept it. You can just accept that and go back to living your life, go back to caring about the people you care about, foster your community, and like just accept the fact that you live in a reality below something else. Call it simulation theory, call it whatever, but like accept the fact that that is your existence and be okay with that. That is possible.
I feel like this is a slippery slope.
Yeah, we already slid down it, in fact.
I don't know. I think this is one of those I agree to disagree.
Okay,
That's fair.
fair enough.
Well, I'm not saying. I think I'm just saying it's plausible that some person would respond that way. I'm not saying it's a correct response or not. I'm saying I just think it is plausible that there is a person that exists that would respond that way.
Sage, because people voted for Yap Session, which
Yes.
became podcast time.
People actively requested this.
And I am so down. I will make myself readily available on Tuesdays if this becomes a thing.
Yeah, Galaxy. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna wrap back the topic a little bit, but I think I am okay with the agree to disagree. But, pulling back a little bit to magic in a realistic society, right? And this is a predominantly a question that I'm curious of, because, you know, in developing a world for Utopia to exist in, Utopia is designed to be a world of balance, right? Where these extraterrestrial forces are introduced and then a new equilibrium is produced with some level of familiarity. So where does that equilibrium reside? And I think that at least the current fluid conclusion is that not much changes realistically, assuming that this is physically possible to be at equilibrium with whatever physical components that it have, with whatever ways it modifies the laws of physics or changes things. Assuming that that is in balance and possible, and it doesn't just cause the heat death of the universe by casting too many spells, then we'd end up in a similar position than we are. But I do have a curious, on a more facial level, what would the world look like on a physical presence? If you were to walk down the streets, are we still building wood structures? Is wood still a predominant resource that we use to build the buildings that we do? Do we use magical components more often in our day-to-day lives? How often would you see
is expensive.
how often would you see a permanent magical element? You know what I mean? Assuming that somebody is spending their life force when it comes to making these types of components.
We will have illusions.
Yeah, I agree with everything Chad is saying. Because it requires DHP to do anything permanent, I completely agree that, like, anything permanent is not going to be made out of magic. Unless it's, like, a memorial, or it's something somebody did at their deathbed. Like, there's going to be very few of them. The vast majority of things
I would like to mention with probably focused too much on a modern setting. For our discussion, it is possible that we might have missed a core part of this new reality by not looking at an older time.
Worked differently. I think
magic would be used like how we have security systems,
cars would probably
fire
still
protection,
normally exist,
etc.
I don't think that would change because magic
Nothing big.
is as poor at transportation as it is. So I think roads and the structures of cities are still very similar.
Security would have to be stronger.
Security would have to be strong. I mean, not
To some
necessarily.
extent.
It's kind of the thing of, like, crime is done with magic, but the police also have magic, and it all kind of balances itself in a way.
Well, like how easy would it be to burgle somebody? Now, I do want to say that there is actually a really important premise to take note of here. A door, I used to sell doors. I used to sell fenestrations, which means I sold people their front doors that got installed on their homes, right? And people would ask me all the time that what is the most secure door? And the unfortunate answer to that is the most secure door in all of existence is building a house with no windows. Because fuck your door. I'll find a way in if I need one, right? If no matter what you do to that door, I will have a way in. I will bring a jigsaw to your wall. And yes, you can build a concrete box, but you're building a military bunker. You're not building a house anymore. So realistically, when it comes to security, houses are not secure by nature.
Well, the point of home security is to make your house, frankly, more secure than your neighbor. It's
Yes,
to make you
exactly.
not the target.
Yes, security is about
that's why there's
inconvenience.
At Hale underscore
that's why
the
there's those
underscore of
stickers
this,
that
I
you
think
put out the
illusion
front that
only
say this one's
impacts mental
protected by
stuff.
yada yada. It's
Given
not because
how
it,
the
like,
other features work.
It's so that when
So I think
a home
cameras in
burglar
general
looks
would
at
just
that,
work as
they
normal.
decide to rob your neighbor instead. You know, because they decide that you're not worth the effort. By contrast, like, you cannot prevent somebody from accessing reasonably. You can prevent them from trying.
Yeah, it's all correct. Yeah, it's all a mental game again, because
Like
the sign
illusionist, you
out front
becoming
that says you
invisible
guys'
cause
security
you
system is
manipulating the
more
person's mind to
valuable
not sense you.
than the security system itself.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
But out of that curiosity, is there magical security measures that are put in place, even if only to make them more inconvenient, right? For instance, in the US, it is illegal to booby trap. In a world like this, is it?
I mean, yeah, I don't see any reason why that would be different. You know what I mean? I think magical security would only exist in a context of, like, would not exist in an
At
offensive
Reynice
context.
Fouling
It would only
points at
exist
terror
in a preventative
greater illusion.
context. And even so, it's another thing where it's like, it would just be a different security company, different measures, but it's the same fundamental. The fact that your home is protected is more important than the protection.
That makes
and
sense.
I think most of, like running through a day, right? You still sleep, you still need a bedroom, you still need a bathroom, you need a kitchen. you still like the vast majority of the internals of your house are the same. You have the same biological functions, the same needs, the same desires. Like you go out, you still have streets, you still have cars. You know, maybe there's some things where like you can have more vertical construction because there's ways to build things slightly breaking typical physical laws, and like a lot of how we build is defined by like how we address the wind, how gravity affects things, natural disasters, and there are large infrastructural ways to deal with some of those problems. So there'd be more freedom in construction, and you might have more variety. You might have things being built in slightly different ways that kind of
What would
violate our physical
entertainment look
principles
like?
as we know them.
Cause
But
in a
the
world of
majority of,
magic
like,
fantasy wouldn't be as
what
big
they
of a genre
are
when it
is gonna
just
be the
matches
same.
IRL.
Like you're still gonna go to work. Most jobs are gonna be the same.
Yeah.
You, like
I
yeah,
do
magic
think
could
that-
automate some jobs, but so can technology. It's the exact same conversation there of like magic automating jobs. So it's I think most things look very similar in terms of day-to-day life.
I do think that there's 2 points I would like to make. One of them is Marvin wanted to explore what the core pretense
Ray
is,
Nice
right?
Fallon,
Like
yeah, that's
going
what I
back
am
a little bit,
saying.
you know, we've kind of jumped into the modern world when asking about magic, but would our development into the modern world have changed due to magic being available in those early times? And this is a question of when, I think, which I can produce an answer for, but it's just one that we kind of have to decide again. The other one that Galaxy brought up, and this is kind of for after that, is what entertainment looks like in this instance. Especially when you have something like Illusion that is just innately realistic, like completely indifferentially realistic, where you can literally just show your dreams to somebody by believing it hard enough. You know what I mean? To go back a little bit, I do think the same thing is true. Honestly, if we go back even to ancient times, you know what I mean? Magic was introduced when civilization was in,
At Galaxy
you know,
3004 OUE he did here.
like when humanity was still sparse, like close to Ice Age, I would say, where we post-discovery of, let's say, fire or whatever the equivalent is in a magical world. You know what I mean?
It would just
But
be fire, but yeah.
we have language. You know what I mean? We have language, we have some amount of society, and then magic gets introduced in some fashion. At first, it is not usable. It is lethal in the ways that people have used it, or it's completely non-usable. It doesn't serve any purpose until it has been truly utilized, which probably is happening around a little bit after the time of discovering agriculture, because agriculture brought on, you know, societal hierarchy, and then following that, I think closely following that is when magic is introduced. And magic to me is still just a utilization of temporary power and then production of efficiency, or efficiency of production rather.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of chat's talking a bunch about the entertainment, CGI would still be a thing. We CGI guns. Like, you'd still CGI things for safety. Like, magic would exist, but you'd still CGI the magic because it's safer than actually doing it. And also because maybe your actors can't do it, but they're playing people who can. So, like, it would still be CGI.
And I think there would be a new CGI in place, right? Like the way that we scrutinize CGI, there would be something new there. Just because the visual aspect is extremely easy to reproduce is just that. It's desensitizing to us. That doesn't matter to us. There's a
Just
new
use illusion
thing
magic
that we
instead of a
have to
green screen.
create to make it believable to us. CGI is not, it's computer generated images, but it's an act to make your story believable. There would be a new facet that makes your story unbelievable unless you are skilled. In my opinion.
Also, I
you
don't
know what?
understand- People keep saying you would use illusion magic. Illusion magic doesn't work for movies. You cast illusion magic on a thing. I think illusion magic would be a separate entertainment industry where, for instance, you visit somebody who play, like there'd be specific illusion magic like experiences that you can have, but that's very different from movies. Illusion magic can't make a movie, so I don't understand the point there.
I actually disagree a little bit. I think we would have gone one of two ways. We'd either not have visual magics or media, entertainment media as we have it now, and everything would be auditory because that's more, you know, imaginative. People are able to actually use their imagination for that in a world where magic exists. Or you are paying for a service to have somebody manipulate your senses in such a way that the entertainment is directed to you and not to
like full dive VR.
the system.
Yeah,
Yes.
but I do
That's
still
actually
think conventional media would exist. I think they would exist simultaneously.
Well, illusion does have the ability to create images, like outer world images, but there is a question of would a camera pick that up?
I
At
don't think
Rainey's
so,
fouling,
personally.
literally every other feature is mental
To
manipulation
me, it is
in
mental
nature.
manipulation, and so I don't feel that it would affect technology.
The
I
downside
feel like
to
the
that,
camera would pick it up.
I think it would, and the only reason I say that is because otherwise, Illusioning's targeting matrix is infinite based on the perception. Because if I create an image in front of me, somebody from outer space would be able to see it, and somehow my spell has to be able to state why it was able to modify or mentally manipulate somebody that far away, if they're just that perceptive.
Which would
Oh.
wouldn't that you could
No.
accidentally kill yourself doing that, casting that spell, if that was the case. If just
Yeah.
by chance somebody would happen to be looking in Earth's direction from thousands of light years away.
And Marvin
it's
is
just a
correct.
little
Illusion can
confusing
generate
because,
light.
That's fair. I think it's just a little bit confusing because a lot of the other essays, a lot of the features of illusion are described as being mental manipulation and not actual.
Yes, and I think vivification is one of the only things that breaks that barrier. But I think you're ultimately
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah, I think it's the way it's described, because everything else is described as mental manipulation, makes it seem like it would be. But if it is actually light based, then yeah.
That is not mechanically accurate, Sage. The Aether cannot generate light. Spells are taking something from somewhere else, and not the Aether generally. A lot of it is mental, but there are definitely parts that are physical in nature.
Which is why, Sage, I don't believe that magic in Utopia breaks the laws of physics. It's not creating nor destroying
Although
energy.
you'd also probably have you'd probably be able to have illusions cast, like, you know, building out a world where your computers are constructs, right? Computers are constructs following complex, you know, programming essentially. You'd be able to have sort of illusion files where you have the file sent over and your computer casts the illusion spell on you. And depending on how powerful of a computer that's funny. You'd have, instead of having like but you know, your computer specs are determined by the components in it. Well, they partially would be, but it would also be determined by how powerful the who cast your computer was, because that would determine how powerful of a spellcaster your computer is to be able to cast, you know, illusion magic onto you, which would mean that you'd have like a higher in the individuals building computers, which is interesting.
Yeah, you wouldn't have monitors. A higher resolution display would
Yeah.
be a more powerful mage.
Illusion magic, yeah.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have monitors. It would all be like Mac Mini, where it's just like a thing and then it beams it into you.
I do think that for the entertainment industry, what Volt was talking about, something like full dive experiences, is very common. Because no matter, like, yes, you can create
Is
realistic
the ether an
images.
energy source?
No, the Aether is purely information. There's no physical matter or energy in the Aether. There is none. But anyways, when it comes to building something with illusion, you can create realistic images, but you still have to have the innate artistic ability to vivify it in a meaningful way. You know, you are limited by your imagination, literally.
Installation wizard. Ashton, that's
Oh my
fucking
god,
gold.
wait, Installation Wizard is
That's
so funny.
good, Ashton.
But one of the examples is like, if I was going to beam this experience in your mind, I still have to craft the experience that you are experiencing. You know what I mean? Like, I could like put you in a field of flowers and it would be great. It would be realistic and it would never sell to anybody because I could also just walk outside to a field of flowers. You know what I mean? But
how does someone cast a fireball? Mervin is confused about. Basically, it pulls energy from elsewhere.
It's
The
transfer.
Aether is
yeah.
it's information, and when you cast a spell, you're using the information to command reality to do certain things. And in the case of casting a fireball, you're commanding it to take energy from somewhere and expel it as a fireball.
Correct.
And then
Now,
that
that
energy is
from
back in
somewhere-
reality.
that from somewhere is generally from another plane of existence, which is why it's not taking from our plane. And one of the things that I said when I said on a physicality level, it has to be balanced in order for us to even have this conversation, assumingly you're putting something back in its place, right? So when you take something, you're giving something back as well, as to keep that equilibrium at all times. Spells would have already caused the heat death of the universe if some kind of transaction was not already being taken that way, right? So when you take heat, you're giving chemical energy or, you know, something along those lines, and you're putting it in place of it. And if you have like an elemental plane of fire, everything is converted to heat at some point. So you always have heat to pull from. And as long as you feed it matter or you feed it energy, it'll be converted back into thermal energy at some point. This is an extreme simplification, but you get the point.
I like what Galaxy said about thrill seeking being a job where you're going to like experience things to then be illusions.
That's
to other
actually
people.
so cool. No, wait, that's actually vicarious living would be an entire industry.
Yeah.
That's
I think there'd
neat.
be even an industry of like you know those like the whole like Truman Show concept where people will like do almost like constant stream. I think that would be a whole thing as well of like illusion magic directly sort of streaming their experience.
That's actually really cool. I'm actually such a fan of that's bards. That's like modern bards, right? Because they go around, they experience the world, and then they tell the tales. But now bards are illusionary wizards that literally go, this is what I experience. Here, puts 2 fingers on your temple and makes you experience it.
And then you'd have a whole other branch of like people who are you'd have a whole study of visualization and imagination skills to craft false experiences as well as possible.
Yeah, fictional experiences is a huge one. Writing is crazy because you just have so many more mediums. Now, don't get me wrong, I think that a modern magical society would be more desensitized to it. Like, if you were to introduce that to us right now, it would revolutionize the way we do entertainment forever. You know what I mean? It would be unprecedented. But in a normal world, they're like, oh no, I've heard of this before. You know what I mean? Yeah. But it's still really cool how they do it. Yeah, I mean, experience enough can start to imagine your own stuff. Yeah, you go to these thrillers, and you experience through them, and then you generate your own fiction accordingly. But again, the believability of it, similar to how CGI works, even if you create the most realistic anything ever all the time, it can still be unbelievable or not realistic or inorganic to our eyes and uncanny just based on how you wrote it. One more thing about illusion being photons instead of mental manipulation.
That's true.
Constant photons from this other plane. Yeah. No,
the brain uses the same part to imagine and recollect. You are essentially using your imagination to rebuild what you recall from the experience.
Yeah. And it does have limitations. Now, given you have people with inhumane capabilities, and frankly, a lot of them, but it is still true. In fact, the idea of magic being in the real world facilitates an example or a concept that I've considered for a long time, which is, why do characters level up? What's the point? Like, where's the ceiling? Why is there no ceiling to how powerful a person can get? And I think that the institution of magic is kind of part of that, right? It's removing a lot of the barriers. What we're essentially saying by injecting magic into a society is we're giving them an exponential growth standard. At the end of the day, the overall shape is the same as ours. Theirs is just bigger than ours. But they are, I think the mathematical term is similar, literally, which means that, or congruent?
Yeah.
I think mathematically congruent.
So I think similar was correct.
Okay, then yeah. So they're the same shape, but different sizes. This magical world is massive in comparison to ours because they get an exponential curve that we did not. If you take an exponential curve and multiply it by an exponential curve, you get a very exponential curve, I guess.
Yes, you get like x to the 4th.
Yeah, which gets really big really fucking fast. They technically have a ceiling. It's just so far over yonder in comparison to us that it is negligible. You know, they hit our equivalent of infinity a long time ago. The communication possibility with illusion, because like, for example, the debate on if we could see all colors the same would be solved by just a projection of our eyesight into their mind. Yeah, No, I think that's actually true. Communication standards would be a lot different because I can't describe the color red to a blind person unless I have illusion.
At Galaxy
I also think that
3004 that debate is getting solved soonish as we are figuring out how to use tech to
you want to
simulate
prove your
sight.
innocence? Okay, you're gonna directly stream me your entire experience around the time of the crime, and if there's any inconsistency, you're falsifying.
Oh my
and you'd have
god,
people
you're
specialized
right.
in and around that.
No, wait,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
forensics would be insane.
Mhm.
Wait, that would be so cool. Can you imagine how terrifying that would be? They say, we saw the scene. We saw what happened. And you're going to show me exactly what happened in the place that you said it.
Eyewitnesses get a lot more reliable.
Eyewitnesses
get a
are
lot more
reliable. Yeah. No, that's to be
they're not in
fair.
reality.
Memories are reconstructed. So there is some amount of permutation where this can be false. There's still arguments to be had. But
Yeah, I think it's less about eyewitness testimony and more about the suspect's testimony and like interrogation of like you are expected to be able to show me your memories.
yeah.
And if it seems falsified, then that's not foolproof but more reliable.
Because I could literally give you an item that allows you the ability to cast illusion. This is like an extraordinary item, down to common, down to crude, if you put enough downsides on it. And you can hand it them and be like, this gives you 3 resolve, this increases your resolve by 3, and allows you to cast illusion magic. Put your hand on this and show me what you saw.
Yeah, no, exactly.
That's
Which
insane.
also means I think that would decrease false arrests a lot.
A creature with 0 mind score still wouldn't be able to do it, which is really funny. There are a extremely niche set of creatures that would still be completely incapable of using that spell, just because they're not smart enough.
Yeah, but no people.
No, there are people. You can in Utopia do that. If you have a
How do you
0
have
mind score,
you start with 2.
no, not endurance, constitution, effervescence. It means that you took 0 talents that give you mind points.
score.
Yeah. Which means your resolve can't go past 1, and you'll never have the spell cap. Oh, never mind. You can just put spell discount on it. Nope, you can still do it. Nope, there is a device that makes it completely possible for any creature ever to generate illusions. And I believe I could absolutely see that being inside institutions. This is so funny. I love
Something
this.
else that I think unfortunately increases is snuff industry in general. Like the streaming of experiences of crimes and of like stuff like that. I think that becomes a much more potent industry because that's an entertainment industry, right? And like I think that similarly explodes, unfortunately.
Probably, yeah. This is super interesting. The entertainment industry is probably the one that gets do these items fucking project knowledge into your mind?
Basically.
No. I mean, kind of. I think that, okay, so in the world of Utopia, magic is an innate concept that all creatures are some level aware of. So one of the things I say is that if a spell's being cast on you, unless somebody has a talent that forces it otherwise, you know there's a spell coming at you. Because creatures in this world where mana exists have a 6th sense that senses mana.
Spell casting is complicated, which is what you said.
Spellcasting is complicated, but this is something this is kind of like a book that walks you through how to do it, essentially. They're handing you an instruction manual that while holding, you can use illusion.
Manual, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think the answer is yes, Sage. It does make you understand how to do it while you're holding it.
I guess, yes, that would be the answer.
Okay. Ashton, I gotta argue that, because I more potent, yes, but more dangerous, no. And my argument to that is just like the entertainment industry that would adapt based on like illusionary magic, you know, divination magic would make it trivial to understand like somebody's love languages. And just because the force put on you to gamble is more potent, it doesn't mean that you don't have countermeasures your own to.
Yeah. Also,
not
I
be
don't
effective.
think divination would have an impact on the gambling industry because every casino would be entirely shrouded. Without a doubt, the entire place would be shrouded. It would have no impact because it would. That is a case where like you have one specific
said every
location and
vice.
absolutely zero in it.
That,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
it would recognize the ability to use divination and work around it, right? Where like
I really
falsification
think
of
it would just
falsification of
maybe you'd
divination
have
would be part of the
specific
game.
games.
Yeah.
You might have some games that are built around that, but I think just like generic casinos are just shrouded completely.
Probably, yeah.
They probably have better anti-magics than governments.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah,
yeah.
actually, yeah. When it's a capitalistic gain, probably.
Yeah.
That's actually really interesting. The one thing that's interesting about a shrouded area, though, is that they can't utilize magic either, though. If you have a shrouded area, barring, you know, having a special reception room that your magic staff goes to cast spells, you can't utilize magic in your entertainment. There's no illusion on stage because the entire place is shrouded. You know what I mean?
Does Shrouded prevent illusion? I was under the impression Shrouded only prevents divination.
No, Oh, Shrouded is. I'm sorry. I was thinking of Hexproof. No, you're right. You're right.
No. I was talking about specifically Shrouded.
No, that's smart. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, without Hexproof, I think you would probably still have Hexproof at tables, where it's like it's a
to
second
prevent
measure.
illusions.
Yeah, or even prevent telekinesis. You know what I mean? Because that's just a superior sleight of hand in some cases.
But those would be able to be smaller areas of effect. You probably shrouding because you have no need for divination, so you just shroud the entire building.
Yeah.
Which also means because
but-
I assume shrouded is probably restricted technology to an extent. Like
Shrouded
the
is
government sort of-
exceptionally cheap.
no, I know, but I'm saying I assume the government sort of legislates how because shrouded is hiding from government's ability to surveil you. So I assume
is
there's
true.
a degree of like the government wanting to know when and where and how people are. Like, there's probably permits you need to have a permanent shroud established like that, because otherwise you could be hiding criminal activity.
Yeah. I think it would
So
be one of
casinos
those.
probably need special permits for that.
I think that's honestly a form of oppression because it's a lax law, but it's like I could put two rocks together and make a shrouded device. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's impossible to know how many people are doing it or when they're doing
Well,
it.
it's more about like for instance, if you as the government notice that a building is constantly shrouded, you have a list of people who have registered for that license, and you can be like, oh, that's the casino. And then if you find one that isn't on that, you investigate because it's strange.
No, that's actually pretty fair. This is
Yeah,
the
it's
type
just
of
signal
thing.
jammers.
I think
Yeah.
that Imperium is my favorite example of a very standard level. This is what normal society with no strings attached looks like. Given it's a collapsing government, but honestly, a lot of governments are, so especially at its size. But I do think that this is where like most of this comes in. You know what I mean? Like if there's like a theater district in Imperium, what does their entertainment look like? And they're the most normalized society. You know what I mean? So
Sage has a question about how do we store more stamina? How does your stamina scoring?
that's one of the things. Okay, so there's a lot of different ways that I contend with answering questions like this. Like, how do you survive more bullets? I got more experience by solving a lot of puzzles, and now I take 3 times as many bullets to die. One of the common answers, and especially the non-magical answer, is you are not physically gaining more stamina, you are gaining more efficient ways to utilize it. So you have the same stamina pool, but the number represents how much of it you can use without actually having to spend the same pool as much, right? So someone with 10 HP versus someone with 100 HP survives 10 times as often from the same impact that hit them the same way due to raw capability. Stamina, I think, makes the most sense in my opinion in this fashion. You can do more sprinting while using less energy through pure experience and raw skill power, if that makes sense.
I also think an important context for health in specific, I think a lot of people view HP as the amount that you get hit and don't die. But HP can also be seen very much as sort of energy, where it's like, yeah, no, you're not getting shot in the head by a bullet and not dying. You're probably dodging the bullet and only raised because you have more. Like, it's the equivalent of, like, there's a degree of HP doesn't just represent how much you can get physically damaged without dying. It represents your ability to not get damaged as much.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that. How do I, as a small child, perform a 10-meter vertical jump? And that's where we end stream, guys. God damn it. No, I think that this was an absolutely magical conversation, no pun intended. And I really do appreciate you guys joining in for this. I would love to do this more often if you guys would. I don't know.
Genuine petition for like chat chooses the purple color becomes purple debate.
Well, that removes solo game.
But just change solo game to a different color. That's all I'm saying. Like reorganize the colors a bit.
Sure. If we can have another color, then yeah.
I would be fine with having a
I'd
day that we do debates like this or similar to that, or if yapping is just this. I mean, yapping
just
doesn't
add
have a given subject.
That's true. Yapping can just be this whenever we want.
Yeah. But there can be a day that we do more yapping and things like that. This is there's a billion topics that we could talk about.
Oh god, yeah.
Become scheduled. Hold on, I'm putting my hands up. I'm not promising shit.
Yapping could be Miracast.
Yeah, I'm fine with yapping being Miracast, and we'll see. This will be our tester chat.
No, there is not enough time.
This will be our tester, right? If you guys really do like it, keep voting it in. And if it keeps getting voted in, I feel like Chat Chooses is going to be the generator of schedules.
Also expand it to more than just purple. Get different colors depending on the subject.
Tell you what they want.
Yeah, exactly. The people who I do like how Chat Chooses works. I know that there's a lot of contention when it comes to how Chat Chooses works, but I like the fact that it does reward loyalty. The problem is when it rewards fanaticism exponentially more than loyalty, but that's always something that we have to contend with. Hopefully that it works better now though. And let's see how much you guys like mirror casting. If you guys like mirror casting this much, then keep voting it in, and maybe it'll become a more permanent feature of stream.
Voltaic has many things he would like to yell at people about.
With that, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up.
That by Voltaic.
This is amazing.
Ashton, I want to continue your conversation because I have some very explicit things. Not explicit. Whoa, that's the wrong word. Very specific things I wanted to discuss about some things you were pulling up in chat.
I have extremely vulgar words I want to scream in your ear. I'm gonna go ahead and bounce out of the call and wrap up stream today. I really appreciate you guys being here, and I would love to talk to you guys again sometime soon. Maybe let's say in like 2 weeks time exactly from right now. The next time Yellow gets voted. roughly. I'm giving rough dates here.
Approximately, yeah.
Thank you guys so much for joining us. I really appreciate you.
Bye.
Bye. Chat. Better than expected, huh? Better than expected, I would say. I think that went really well. I hope you guys liked that. That was a lot of fun. This was neat. I agree. This was neat. I am a big fan of today, personally. Hi, Pip. I am a big fan of this. I think that this is actually really cool. So if you guys want to, as you guys know, that this is the last week until break. So next week, we're not going to have stream. But the following week, if you guys want to see this again, if Miracast is that interesting and exciting to you guys, then maybe we can make it a reality. Just vote it in more. See what you guys think. The installation wizard pun was actually phenomenal. Volt is becoming one of my favorite people. The Inquisitor says about the Inquisitor. It's not a personality test. Don't listen to me. Thank you guys. I really appreciate you so much. Thank you for being here. Let's find somebody to raid. This was cool, chat. I was not expecting this today.
Purples.
I was not expecting it today. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. Who do we have streaming today, chat? We have a Jabin. Let's Jabin. Chat, make sure to copy that raid message, post it in their chat, let them know who sent you. I really appreciate you guys being here. This has been a heck ton of fun, and maybe we're gonna do some more yapping if it really was this good. The guy's here. Oh, goodness me.
Leprechaun, Oridon, BRRR, Oridon, Gingerbread.
Thank you guys so much. I love you. I'm super excited to do this again. Tomorrow's Blood on the Clock Tower with Tranquilaudle. So please join us tomorrow for Blood on the Clock Tower if you're interested in playing. I believe tomorrow, if I remember correctly, is going to be Block Tower. So join us for some Block Tower, some more in-a-world RP-based stuff. It's going to be a lot of fun. No, Fox fan, I'm sorry. I appreciate you. Thank you guys so much for being here. I love you. I'll talk to you soon. Stay for the raid for extra channel points. Lurk for power, and I love you. Bye!
Good God. Hey, so